What's up, friends? My name's Aaron Ciotti. Everybody calls me Ciotti. You can call me Captain Jack Sparrow. That's not his name. What's the name of the guy in The Expanse again? I'm told that I look like him. What's his name? Definitely not Captain Jack Sparrow. Welcome to, welcome to, Sunday Q&A. I'm gonna be with you guys for 4 hours. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that you're gonna have to look at this big dumb face for 4 hours. But yeah, Joshua is out of town and not streaming today, so I figured that I would jump into James Holden. That's it, James Holden. Yeah, Joshua is out of town for the next 2 weeks, actually. You're gonna have to look at my big dumb face for 4 hours this Sunday, tomorrow, next Sunday, and next Monday. And, you know, deal with my general shenanigans. But, you know, maybe you'll like it and subscribe to the channel and jump over to CiottiFPV.com, maybe click an affiliate link or two next time you do an Amazon order, or an umagod.com order, or FPV Crate, or FPV Cycle, or a bunch of other websites over there. Patreon helps me out the most. It's $3 whole a month to join. It helps me out a ton. I'm a full-time FPV weeb. And yeah, I rely on beautiful people like you's support to keep going with this crazy adventure. So if you like these 10 or so hours of live streams a week, although this week it's going to be like 14 hours of live streams, yeah, if you want me to keep doing this, you know, vote with your dollars or whatever, as they say. $3 to join my Patreon. If you want to get in on the bi-weekly giveaways, it's 5 or 10 or 20 a month. It's all kind of explained over there. You'll see. I also have a Etsy store and a Fiverr page and a Teespring store. Teespring store's got shirts. Etsy page has lots of fun stickers and some random hardware that might help you out during your builds. And then the Fiverr page has a bunch of one-on-one sessions. I want to work directly with you guys to get you flying better, to get you building better, to get you tuning better. I've been flying for a long time. If you want to fly, you know, similar to the way that you saw in that intro there, I can definitely help you out. I spent the better part of a decade as an autocross and track day instructor, so I've taken that ability and just kind of spun it right into FPV, and I love doing it. Like, helping people get better at a really challenging thing is really rewarding. It takes hundreds and hundreds and thousands, to be honest, of hours to get really good at driving fast on the racetrack, flying FPV, lots of stuff. And if you want to accelerate that, then instructors are the way to go. I can confidently tell you this. Over the years, I have paid for quite a bit of instruction in different things that I've done. And, like, you know, if I'm like learning at this rate, as soon as I work with an instructor, that happens. Like, it just really accelerates you, and it saves you a whole bunch of time. And your time is valuable. So, you know, for like $40 for a half an hour session or $80 for an hour session, you can probably save yourself 100+ hours of just bashing your head into something. And that's, you know, that's pretty good value. You know, that's going to save you in the grand... That's going to allow you to take that time and put it into other things. Your family. Just being better. Your job to make more money. Stuff like that. Your side gig to again, make some more money. So yeah, I can definitely help out with that. And I would love to. I absolutely love doing these one-on-one sessions. If you don't want to book me through Fiverr because you don't want them to take 13%, just message me, and we'll book it through whatever messaging service you prefer. Instagram, Facebook, whatever. Smoke signals. CiottiFPV.com has links to all that stuff too. My Instagram, my Facebook, all that good stuff. And there's a bunch of fun stuff there as well. So head on over, click some buttons. You'll love it, I promise. In the chat, Kevin Sumner was first. He says, welcome to Ciotti's mega stream. I thought it was smega stream. It's mega is something different. Bob Noxious says, what's up, collective? How's the gangliest of gangly men today? I am doing well. FPV Trucker says, what's up? Grizz FPV says, what's up? CiottiFPV and collective. Grizz FPV was doing some torture testing of the DJI Action today, and it looks like it didn't explode. I'm super interested to see how it holds up long term. The DJI Action is interesting. Action 2, I should say, is interesting. I don't like how wide of a field of view it has. Yes, you can just crop in, but by doing that, you're not using the entire sensor, which is kind of annoying. I love the weight. I love the form factor. Durability is the big question mark. Yes, you can buy it from Best Buy and get Geek Squad, so it kind of doesn't matter in terms of durability, but it kind of does too, because if it's really fragile and you got to replace it over and over and over again, that's going to suck. So yeah, the durability is the biggest question mark, although I got to be honest, with GoPro talking about wanting to do 3 or 4, I forget what they said, new models, like specifically targeted at specific markets of cameras this year, I would, yeah, maybe wait. Because if they put out a new session, and there's been, like last year, there were talks of them doing a session frame camera using the sensor from the Hero 8. I mean, that's like game over. That like is the FPV camera. Like, no, yeah. I mean, that, like, to fly anything other than that would be kind of silly. Recently, I've actually heard a lot of complaints about the Hero 10 and the quality not being as good as like the Hero 8 or the Hero even 6. They're doing a lot of digital stuff. This is coming from like more basically like filmographers, folks that are not necessarily in FPV, but they are making much more artsy films than we do with GoPros. And yeah, just talking about how harsh the sharpening is, and there's really not like a good sharpening setting, like, and some other stuff. So kind of interesting. When the 10 was announced, and I saw that it was going to do 5K 30, 4K 60, 2.7K 120, I got really excited, and I thought that there was a gig that, well, no, there was a gig that was coming up for me at the time, that I thought that I was gonna, I didn't think, I really wanted to have that additional frame rate for, but the camera didn't come out in time. But what I did is I went on to Brain 3D and I bought 4 Hero 10 mounts, well, Hero 9 mounts, which would also fit the Hero 10, and they've just been sitting here. My 8 has not blown up. The plan was, there's one guy here in Atlanta that's hired me to do a lot of these gigs, and the plan was we were going to do a short little edit where CiottiFPV breaks his Hero 8. And that never happened, and so I still have it. I don't really fly it much, and when I do fly it, I fly it in situations where I'm not going to crash. But, yeah. So, kind of annoying that I have 4 of these Hero 10 mounts for the Glide, but not the end of the world. You know, supported Brain 3D. There's probably somebody in the chat right now that has a Hero 9 or a Hero 10 that might want 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 of these mounts. Let me know if you do. Although I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna get rid of them yet, but at some point I probably will. Especially if, yeah, if the camera formats change a little bit here. Apache Smoke, Wounded Sniper, Hard FPV, Espander, Frank Nicholas, Ray, Stan636, Mr. Huggy, FPV Trucker, Bob Noxious, Brandon's Baked Beans, June Loco, FPV Trucker, Sonic Tonic, Grizz FPV, Free Lojo, Razzie B Productions, Dan636, Northern Tier, Adrian Glessner, Jeff, Captain FPV, FPV Trucker says, what's up? Grizz FPV, we got that. Razzie B says, what's up, collective? Good day, gangly one. Who else is here? Northern Tier, Ram Donko's license to drive, Robert Garcelone, Kevin Sumner, Bob Noxious, Yella Captain, Dan636 again, Brains McBeans again. Kevin Sumner says James Holden. Yella says hi there, how you doing? YouTube just did the thing. Come on, YouTube. Don't do the thing so early. Give me like 10 minutes. Oh, it gave me 16 minutes before it did the thing. Okay. Do the thing all you want, YouTube, you jerk. The thing, for anybody new here, is as I'm scrolling down in the chat, YouTube just randomly zips it all the way to the bottom of the chat, and then I lose my place. And I try not to lose my place. If you want to talk directly to me, all you got to do is type CiottiFPV into the chat, like all these beautiful people have been doing so far. When you do that, it lights up an orange. You don't have to type an @ but you certainly can if you'd like. When you do that, I know that you're talking to me. If you don't do that, I assume that you're talking amongst yourselves. Dwayne Yacht says hello. Spander says, hi Joshua, you look different today. A much skinnier and ganglier Joshua Bardwell today. Adrian Glessner, Ram Donko, Drenny Droid, Dan636 with a $5 super chat. He says, let's go afternoon with the gangly man. Hell yeah. Thank you, Dan. Brandon McBean says, hair looking great. Is it? Cool. It was a hot mess this morning when I woke up. But I did this thing that I'm doing right now over and over and over again as I was driving back here to the apartment from Maggie and the kids' house. And it seems to have gotten it under control. That's a good thing. That's how I comb my hair. I don't own a comb. I use my hands. That's what she said. Free Lojo dropping the link to Patreon. Thank you, dude. JRFPV, Paul McDonald, Brandon's Baked Beans, Hillside FPV. All right, I think I got pretty much everybody. Thanks for coming, friends. Bob Noxious says CiottiFPV could have been a hair model. Could have been a hair model. There we go. Words eluded him. License to Drive with a £5 super chat. He says, this is for you accidentally introducing me to the music of Ballpoint after you played the amazing tune Things to Do on Friday's stream. Ballpoint. Friday's stream. That must have come up in iTunes. I don't even have that on this computer. Interesting. Well, so on each one of these computers, right now we're on the 12, 13-year-old Mac Pro tower. At Maggie's place, we're on my laptop. On each one of these computers, as I hear music that I like, on Spotify, on Epidemic Sounds, wherever, I will just grab them, and I have a folder sitting on my desktop called Music, and I just throw them in there. And it's just good, like when I'm doing a quick edit or something like that, I'll open up that folder, just hit play, let it roll, and if a song matches up with what I'm editing, I'll use it. I lose track. I lose track between the two computers, like which songs I've grabbed. So that's what's going on. But I'm glad you dug it, License to Drive. I'm actually going to check it out too. Maggie's in the chat. What's up, babe? Bullfrog POV. Almost said FPV. YouTube did the thing again. Scrolling back up. Huckleberry FPV says, early stream. What's up, everybody? Andrew Duncan says, hey. Ruby Tim says, YouTube won't give me notifications anymore. What's up, CiottiFPV? What's up, Collective? YouTube's notification system has been broken forever. It's more broken for some people than others. How they've managed to pull that off, God only knows. So if you want to make sure that you get notifications, join the Patreon. $3 a month, support your gangly buddy, and you'll get emails every time that I live stream. You'll also get Facebook notifications because you'll get invited to a super secret Facebook group called something. Micro King's Castle with CiottiFPV, that's what it's called. Brandon McBean says, do you fly 3.5 inch yet? If so, what props? I've been flying 3.5 inch for a while, actually. I really like the Gemfan 3520s and the, well, I mean, I'll put it this way. All of the 3.5 inch props are really good. There's only like 3. So if you're interested in 3.5 inch, just buy all the props. because they're drastically different. One of them is a Cinewhoop prop, and then 2 of them are freestyle props. One of them is made by Avan, it's a little bit more pitchy. The other one's made by Gemfan, it's a little bit less pitchy. So just buy them all. You'll figure out which one you like. I like them all. You know, the Gemfan is the least pitchy, it's the slowest, but it's the lightest weight, so the PID loop is going to work the best. And it's also really nice for like smaller spaces. And then the Emax Avan is a little bit more pitchy. I want to say it's like 2.6 pitch or 2.8 pitch. And so yeah, that's for bigger spaces. It's a little bit heavier of a prop. Yeah, they're all really good. The best motor for 3.5 inch that I've found is the Xnova 1804. And yeah, it's a really interesting prop size. There really isn't a camera that fits for that prop size. Like, we've got, you know, Insta360 Go, oh, excuse me, Insta360 Go 2 at 26 grams, and then we've got like RunCam Hybrid 2 at about 13 grams. That payload works really well on 3-inch propellers. 3.5-inch propellers, you could argue a little bit too big, but like, for example, right, if you're carrying one of those cameras but you're flying a needlessly heavy frame like the Impulse RC Apex 3-inch, then a 3.5-inch prop makes a lot of sense, although I guess you'd have to do the Impulse RC 4-inch. So yeah, I mean, it's nice if you have a rig and you put 4-inch props on it, and that's too floaty, but then you put 3-inch props on it, and it's not floaty enough, 3.5-inch all day. The other thing you should know is that the BQE Ripsqueak frame, specifically the Ripsqueak V2, but I think also the Ripsqueak V1? Yes, also the Ripsqueak V1, come to think of it. Because that's what this is, and I was just flying it yesterday on 3.5-inch props. Yeah, the BQE Ripsqueak frames will take 3.5-inch props. You do have to run a set of camera mounts that have cutouts in them, because the propeller gets really, really close to the standoff. See that? See how there's like no gap there at all? If you have TPU, anything TPU, it will hit. It will absolutely hit. Look at that. Man, you're doing a great job today, Logitech camera. I definitely don't hope you die in a fire. There it is. So yeah. Yeah, the Ripsqueaks will allow you to run a 3.5-inch prop. I gotta be honest though, like with a typical Ripsqueak build, it's really not gonna be heavy enough to need a 3.5-inch prop. Like I keep, so that rig, that Ripsqueak, is on 1804s, and 1804s are great on the 3.5-inch props. They're also great on really pitchy, heavier 3-inch props, like the T-Motor 3140. This rig, I keep bouncing back and forth between the T-Motor 3140 and these Gemfan 3520s and the Emax Avan 3.5 by 2.8 or 2.6, whatever the hell it is. And they're all very... I'm actually... The reason why I keep going back and forth is I can't believe how similar they are. And it's like making me doubt my ability to properly test things. And which is a common thing for me. Like, it's... Which is also like a perfect example of how much placebo there really is in this hobby. It's just... It's really hard to compare stuff without just going, oh, this new product is great. It's really smooth. fuck does that mean? What does smooth mean? Why do we describe everything in FPV as smooth? Why is everything smooth? This new flight controller is really smooth. No, it's not. It's a flight controller. It takes ones and zeros and electricity. There's nothing smooth about it. Like, this new antenna, man, is it smooth? Stick it right up your ass. It's nice. It'll just pop right in there. Oh boy, that took a turn. Andrew Duncan says, "Hey, CiottiFPV." Huckleberry says, "Early stream. What's up for everybody?" Hope Maggie's not still in here for that one. If she is, she's screaming in laughter right now. Her and I are the same person. It's wild. It's really wild. YouTube did the thing again. YouTube, you're doing the thing a lot. You're doing it a lot. Trying to find my place. It's smooth, guys. I'm gonna do a bunch of product reviews, and I'm just gonna say the only actual feedback I'm gonna give on no matter what the product is that it's smooth. I'm gonna like fly it and I'll be like, man, okay, all right, it's very smooth. Oh, and here we go, and I'm flying it, and I'm gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna fly over here for like 30 seconds or a minute. I'm gonna fly over here. I'll tell like a little story, and then I'll be like, oh, let's get back to the antenna review. Man, this antenna is smooth. All right, now I'm gonna fly over here, and I'll like do another minute of filler, and then I'll come back and I'll be like, I gotta tell you guys, this antenna, man, is it smooth? And then I'm gonna come back and land, and that's gonna be the whole review. And I'm just going to do a bunch of those reviews in a row, and I'll see how long it takes for anybody to notice. Matthew Vegas says, I love the part in the opening video where you chop some leaves off a tree and then look back and watch them fall. Yeah, I love it. I love smacking into tree branches and then looking back at them to see like what I've done and to watch them like fall down. I can't help myself. Like whenever I crash into something that's gonna it's gonna affect, I have to look. I have to. It interrupts the flow, but it's worth it. License to Drive says, ballpoint things to do was the second to last pack played during your flight footage at the end of Friday's stream. So glad you have random music selected because I found ballpoint. Flight footage at the end of Friday's stream. So yeah, that was I was probably playing. Maybe I was playing Epidemic Sounds. They might be on Epidemic Sounds. They are. Yup. That was. So that's the other thing that happens. Epidemic Sound is a copyright-free website where I get the music that I play during these live streams, so I don't get copyright dinged. And every time you load Epidemic Sound, the main screen that pops up for you is staff favorites, and there's 10 staff favorites in there. So that's usually just what I'll hit, and a lot of times it's good. And I actually downloaded that song. So like, yeah, when I do that on a live stream and I'm digging the song, I'll just click the button next to it that downloads it. So I now have that song. You'll hear that song again at some point. License to Drive. TweetFPV with a $5 super chat. He says, Mr. Micro himself. Thank you, dude. If you guys aren't subscribed to TweetFPV, what are you doing? Go! God. I'm out. You're not subscribed. Unforgivable. All right. Seriously, go subscribe to TweetFPV. Great guy making great content. But don't do it, YouTube. Don't do it. Bob Noxious says, when I put 3.5s on the V1 Ripsqueak, I found the props would hit each other. Yeah, it's close, man. It is close. With the gem fans don't hit, but my God, there is like, I took the front props off of this rig, so I can't show you, but I'll put them back on because I want to anyway. Oh God. Taco says, stood in the naughty corner. This is right side high. Yeah, look at this, guys. Look at this. It's wild how close they get. Come on. Which, so the reason that I have the front, the reason that I pulled the front props off this rig is, I was flying this at Maggie's the other, yesterday, I guess it was, just up and down the street. And I reviewed the footage on the laptop, and there was actually a bunch of jello. Not all the time, but at certain throttle values, there was some jello. And so yeah, the front props were a little bit banged up, so I suspect that it might be them. But that's the first time. So I pulled all the props off and I spun the motors up in Betaflight like I show you guys all the time, and expecting that I'd finally dinged up an Xnova 1804. But no, they're still perfectly clean. This is still the original set of Xnova 1804s that I've had for like 2 years, and they're just invincible. They have 3mm motor shafts, which is more than likely why they are just completely invincible. Realistically, these Xnova 1804s are the best motors that we have. Like, these are the best micro motors, full stop. They're just incredible. Like, admittedly, probably 99% of that is due to the fact that they have a 3mm motor shaft. But they're also a really good size, and they're also very smooth running, and really, really, really well made. So, yeah, if you have a slightly heavier 3-inch rig or a 3.5-inch rig, man, if you go with any motor other than the Xnova 1804, you've lost your goddamn mind. They're just beautiful. But look how close these props come front to rear. This could maybe Logitech, make sure that you don't focus. This might be the reason for some of that jello. When the tips of the props get this close together, as a propeller swings around, each blade is like an airplane wing. And so that airplane wing is going to stack up air on the bottom, and it's going to create a low pressure zone, sort of like a vacuum up on top. And that vacuum is what pulls it up into the air. So you've got high pressure on the bottom, low pressure on top. That's fine here and here and here because there's a physical piece of plastic separating those high and low pressure zones. But then as you come out to the tip of the propeller, that the high and low pressure zones are going to meet, and they're going to create turbulence. So when you have that happening this close together, because, you know, that is happening on every single blade of every single propeller. Also, the propellers do this when they come into each other. So you've got turbulent air passing. It's like a little dance move. Look at that. When you have turbulent air hitting each other like that, it can cause all kinds of weird shit. So that technically could have something to do with it. There are now the front, like I said, the front props were a little banged up. There are now 2 fresh props on the front of that rig. This live stream will end at 5 o'clock, and it will still be light out. So yeah, I will fly that guy at the end of the stream today, and we'll see if it's any better with fresh front props. So I've got, hold on. It would appear that I have killed my QX7 battery. It happened again. I left this 4000 mAh 2S goggle battery plugged in to the goddamn Crossfire overnight by accident. Luckily, the Crossfire had an antenna on it this time, and it wasn't in my bag. But yeah, it drugged this battery down to 0 volts, and I realized that this morning, I brought it home here and I put it on the charger. But one of the cell 1 was the one that took the most abuse, and it's now all puffy. One of the cells is. This must be cell 2 here because it's not puffy at all, but this cell is very much puffy, and it's a little bit warm. It's been sitting on the charger over there for about a half an hour. So yeah, this thing is, I don't know, we'll see. I mean, it might not fit. Like, now that it's all puffy like this, it might actually not fit, in which case, yeah, it's gone. If it does fit, we'll see. If cell number 1 doesn't lose its charge, then I'll keep using it, because it's, you know, it's for a transmitter, so it's not going to have like heavy discharge. I don't need the internal resistance is also much higher on cell 1 than 2. It's roughly double. So like, yeah, I don't need it to deliver amps, but I do need it to fit in the damn thing. So I guess I'll be buying another goggle battery. This has been really good, this Owline 2S 4000 mAh. I really dig it. Here's some more. It's almost as if my Crossfire has, I don't know. All of a sudden, now that ELRS is like all the rage, I've had a couple little weird, this is like over the last, I don't know, week or so. I've had some weird shit going on with Crossfire. I'm having to rebind like a lot of stuff for no real reason. And like the same rigs over and over again. And then the total weirdness happened when a rig that I'd already rebound refused to bind, and I got a little frustrated and I went on the Crossfire light, and then it bound. It was perfectly seated in the bay. It was not like it was powered up. Everything was cool. So, I don't know. It's almost as if my Crossfire system is saying, hey, I suck. You should go to ELRS. I'm really, I gotta be honest, I'm frustrated. If I do go over to ELRS, I will not move away from 900 megahertz. That is a better link, period. It's just physics. So I'll wait for an ELRS module that has both 2.4 and 900. 2.4 makes the most sense for these tiny whoops, and I have a couple of 2.4 receivers on the way. But yeah, for the bigger rigs, yeah, 900 is a better bet. So, but I haven't seen any modules that have both in them. I have to assume that that really expensive module made by, I want to say, Axis, I have to assume that for $130 or whatever it costs, that it does have both 2.4 and 900 in it. If it doesn't, then they should be taken out back and beaten with a rubber hose. But yeah, if I'm gonna make the switch to ELRS, I'm gonna wait for a module that has both in it, because I don't have to explain that. So yeah, we'll see. We will see. I don't know. I've been pretty damn happy with Crossfire. It is still 100% the industry standard with anybody that flies professionally. So I don't, you know, there's really no argument there. You guys can argue all the hell you want in chat, but yeah, there's really no argument. So it's weird. It feels weird to potentially move away from such a solid link to something that's like absolutely brand new, and brand new is not great when you're trying to do what I'm doing. you know, for most of you guys that aren't flying professionally, this is not an issue. So congratulations. But for me, it's very, 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 very important. So just understand that before you know, shit all over me in the chat. Bob Noxious said, oh no, we got that. Kevin Sumner says, and just like that, CiottiFPV is now demonetized on YouTube. Yeah. I mean, I don't monetize anything on YouTube anyway, so they can't really do anything. Freeloader dropping the link to Patreon. Thank you, dude. Yellow Captain says rants. I love it. Oh, there's nothing but rants here. You guys know that. Freeloader says, that is why I love my wife. Yeah, man. Finding a good woman. What a wonderful experience. Robert Garcelon says, king of smooth micros. Dark Man says, hiya. License to Drive says, check out this 10-second clip of me crashing into a tree, bush flying away like nothing happened. I'm going to open that up in a separate tab. Actually, License, drop that into Discord. Why? Where's... I had the Discord up. What? I had the Discord up. There it is. Yeah, drop it into Discord. Ramdongo says, stood in the naughty corner, lol. S. Gray says, Ciotti's crawling for us, not bad. Oh, you could see me crawling? God damn it. Really? I thought I could sneak in here and you guys wouldn't see. I guess you guys saw my butt, like right here. Alright, I'll have to low crawl next time. I was doing a lazy ass up in the air crawl. Freeloader dropping the Patreon link. Thanks, dude. Bob Noxious says, it was the HQs. I destroyed the set of gem fans before I could test those out. Interesting. So I guess HQ's 3.5 millimeter, 3.5 inch props are more like 3.6 inch props. Because, and the reason that I say that is, BQE specifically made their 3-inch arms clear 3.5 inch props. And they did that in CAD where measurements are measurements, right? So, that's interesting. Bob Noxious said, oh no, we got that. Mads Tech is here. What's up, Mads Tech? My goggles pack is so puffed it's crazy. I keep playing roulette though. Mads Tech, I'm gonna make you a moderator so that I can see your name in blue. You don't have to moderate. I would actually kind of prefer you not to moderate because I already have too many mods. Yeah, I'm just literally doing it so that you have a blue name. But yeah, don't feel like you ever need to moderate anything. These live streams are so small that it doesn't really need moderation anyway. Mads Tech says, I don't see the point changing Crossfire for ELRS 900. I'd stay with Crossfire, to be honest. That's what I'm leaning towards, but Trappy has treated a lot of people really unfairly and is just kind of a dick a lot of times. And so I've really tried over the years to not support TBS because of that, if at all possible. I just don't like people like that. I don't like people that act like that, and I try not to support those people with my hard-earned dollars. You know what I'm saying? So there's that. That was one of the reasons I was so excited about Ghosts. But then when a lot of freestyle pilots were, I mean, still have been having fail-safes on 2.4, I was kind of like, no, that ain't happening. So I do genuinely believe that 900 is the way. But if Crossfire is going to be a pain in the ass like this and make me rebind every single time I fly, like, no, like that's insane. And I have had a couple of Crossfire failsafes. I lost a rig in the sea in Charleston on Crossfire. I had a Crossfire failsafe on a gig actually last year, which was really scary and like a huge no-no. I think that I kind of maybe figured that out. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, Joshua, for example, has moved away from Crossfire for similar reasons. He got sick of having to rebind stuff, I think was one of the big reasons that he had. He's one of the people that have been and continue to be treated pretty horribly by Trappy. So I'm sure that has something to do with it for him as well. But yeah, I mean, I also think it's pretty obvious that ELRS is going to I mean, they kind of already have, but it's pretty obvious that they're going to continue to just demolish TBS. You know, I mean, TBS is like really super, super, super on the back foot. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like 6 months from now, everybody's going to be on ELRS because it's, you know, as we've found out with Betaflight, open source is better. So yeah, I don't know. But like I said, until there's a module that has 2.4 and 900, I'm not switching. That's another thing too, is that, you know, right now I've got a Crossfire module, a Ghost module, that's going to go away soon, and an ELRS 2.4 module. The module bay in these transmitters, it's not a great design, and those pins are like janky as shit. So constantly taking modules in and out is not a great thing. I did pick up a second QX7 to try to help with that, so that I could have the ELRS module in one QX7 that I use to fly the tiny whoops, and then my working transmitter for all the, you know, working rigs. But I would really much rather just have one module that does everything. So yeah, I don't know. I hadn't, to be honest, like, I hadn't even remotely considered this until yesterday, when two of these ripsqueaks that I've been flying for ever refused to bind. And the one of them absolutely refused, and I had to fish the Crossfire Nano out and hit the button and rebind it, and it didn't update, it didn't do shit. It just said, okay, now we're bound. Like, what the fuck? And then the other one, I got frustrated and smacked the module, and then it magically bound. So, I don't know. I mean, this is also now the second module, the second Crossfire module that's giving me problems. Like, what the hell? So, yeah, I don't know. Right now, I'm in a state of frustration because this shit all just happened. But Express LRS is going to dominate. Like, TBS ain't got nothing on Express LRS. Like, let's be honest. Express LRS has existed for such a short period of time, and they've already managed to completely annihilate Tracer, right? So, like, yeah, the future is very obviously in open source. Again, as we found out with Betaflight, like, Betaflight just is so far beyond all of the other closed source firmwares. It's just ridiculous. And that's not just me saying it, like, that's factual. Like, there is factual black box data that very obviously shows this. So there's no argument here. Like, that's just a fact. And yeah, I mean, the development of ELRS is a beautiful example of that same kind of thing happening. You know, when you have a bunch of people that are working out of passion on an open source project, that's gonna destroy one person who is financially tied to the product and has to design a product that makes money, you know? So, open source forever, yo. Darkman says, I'm using Express LRS 2.4 and the little ceramic antenna RXs on all my rigs. Yeah, I mean, that too. Like, I would never run one of those little ceramic antenna rigs on a real rig. But on a ripsqueak, on a tiny whoop, hell yeah, and that little receiver weighs a half a gram. Like, what? That's insane. That's a big deal. You know, that's a big weight savings. Ramdanko says, I got a 3-cell lithium-ion GNB for around 12 pounds recently for my goggles. Yellow Captain says, the Axis flying has only 2.4. Really? Really? What's it made of? Glod? What? It's $140, I think. What? And it's only 2.4. What's in it? Does it give you like a reach around or something? It's got to do something. What is the deal there? Axis, what do you... although, I don't know. I mean, Axis put out like a fan that cost like $7,000, didn't they? For their little module. So maybe their stuff is made of Glod. Frank Nicholas says, Axis Flying only makes a 2.4 module. I doubt you'll find any module that does both frequencies. You'll find plenty of 900 in stock. 2.4 is sold out, being bought. Yeah, like I said, I absolutely will wait for one to have both. It's, I mean, there's no reason for somebody to not make one that has both. Come on, that's insane. Expander says, was watching your first date with ELRS, and I think you need to bend your JR bay pins a little bit. They aren't making proper contact with your module. I've bent those JR bay pins a bunch of times over the years. I don't now. Yeah, it is making proper contact. When it doesn't make proper contact, the module shuts off, and I haven't had that problem at all. So yeah, I'm good to go there. YouTube just did the thing yet again. Here we go. Freelojo says, wife and I are going down the ELRS hole. Nice, Freelojo. Yellow Captain says, for general use, ELRS 2.4 is more than sufficient. I always outfly my video link with it. Yeah, I am not in the category of general use, though. So, yeah, that's not... that is not me. Freelojo says, I used to puff my batteries on my RC cars on the first run every time. Ground pounders are a whole different... Ground pounders is what I've heard ground-based RC cars referred to as. It's a whole other world, man. Those folks do some wild stuff. Kevin Sumner says, I think the only ELRS 900TX available now is Happy Model. It is FR Sky R9, or get one of TweetFPV's DIY modules on FPV Exchange. That's pretty cool. I didn't know Tweet was doing that. That's slick. Darkman says, why would you buy a terrible Free Sky radio willingly? What the fuck? Well, Darkman, 5 years ago when I got into this hobby, they were the only ones available, so that's why I bought it then. But I also have big, long, gangly fingers, and the QX7 is the only transmitter that works with my hands. Not to mention that FR Sky stuff is actually really good. It's the industry standard for... I mean, it's been the industry standard for a long time for good reason. They're really, really, really well made. Yes, there are some other options now, but yeah, I mean, FR Sky stuff still works beautifully well. And if you have big hands, it's the only option. So that's why. Madstech says, yeah, he needs to start listening to his community and his user base. I get the trappy thing for sure. The issue with 900 ELRS hardware is just not being developed as much now. Right, and that's awesome point. That's the other reason that I'm totally fine with like kind of waiting. The fact that there's not a 900 and 2.4 module out right now, I'm fine. Like I don't care about that because... Exactly right. Like 2.4 has gotten all of the attention and all of the effort, I guess, let's say. But I'm sure that they'll... I don't know how to say this better than this, but like hit the wall, so to speak, with 2.4. You know, like they'll get 2.4 to a place where like it's... You know, like early on, you have, back when I was in project management and sales, we called it low-hanging fruit, right? So when something starts, you have all this low-hanging fruit that you can easily grab and, you know, make this better, make that better, make this better, make that better. Eventually, you've taken all that low-hanging fruit, and now it's the pain-in-the-ass stuff. But by the time you've gotten there, the product is really, really, really good. So right now, ELRS is grabbing all this low-hanging fruit, and it's getting like way better really quickly. But that's going to taper off, and you know, their 2.4 link is going to get like really, really, really good, and then I have to, assume that they will then go, okay, cool, the 2.4 link is in a great place, let's put some more effort into 900. And then they'll do the same thing on 900. They'll really quickly build it up and make it better, and it'll get a bunch of attention, and then, yeah, that's when I'll hopefully jump on board. Yellow Captain says ELRS binding phrase and never bind again. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff about ELRS that's really, really, really cool. Darkman says, I have a 1-watt module. The convenience of not having to mount and route an antenna is way more than I care about the extra 50 kilometers of range. Awesome. That's rad. I have a 1-watt module as well. YouTube just did the thing again. Come on. Come on. There we go. Dan636 says, it might make the module too big with both radio chipsets in it, but that would be dope. I'd buy that. I don't know. I mean, they've got a good amount of room to work with. And from what I've seen, inside of these giant modules is just one PCB. And like, you know, even just in the bay here, you could fit like 20 PCBs in here if you layered them up. I can't imagine, and I know what they're doing is they're just making one PCB up on top here that, you know, then links directly up to the antenna, so you can put the antenna base directly onto the PCB, and that'll save money and it saves complexity and whatnot. But you know, I mean, these modules have nothing but space in them. So yeah, I can't imagine that space would be. I mean, you could hear it, like you know, it's hollow in here. There's tons of space in there. So maybe you're right, but I can't imagine that space is an issue inside of these module bays. Kevin Sumner says, I only see TweetFPV has 2.4 for sale on FPV Exchange right now. Darkman says, surely when flying near talent, you want to be able to arm and disarm and control super reliably. Surely you'd want to use 500 hertz rather than the lower rate of the 900 megahertz link. If there was a 500 hertz system that was like time tested and like, you know, rock solid, absolutely, but there isn't. So yeah, not unfortunately happening. Mads Tech says your fingers look smooth. They are, bro. Got them smooth fingers. I'm actually not that smooth on the sticks. I just do some things in Betaflight to... I basically just add smoothing in Betaflight. It does add a little bit of latency, but I'll take smooth flight footage over a little bit of latency any day, because that's what, like, I do. You know, that's what I'm trying to do for a living, is flying cinematically, which is flying smooth. So yeah. But that being said, I decided probably about 3 years ago at this point, maybe longer than that, that I didn't want to have the thrashy, skateboardy flying style of guys like Steel, and also the stick bang guys, and that my flying style, what I think looks good is a more smooth kind of flight experience. So I have absolutely been mentally like, you know, fly smooth. But, you know, I'm not like these 17-year-old kids that just have like rock solid fingers. So I have to do some things in the firmware to smooth out the footage. I don't use Hypersmooth though. And I only use Real Steady Go on working gigs when it makes sense. So yeah, I have put a lot of effort into flying smooth. But yeah, I'm not like some kind of a freak that has like ultra steady hands or anything like that. As Spender says, just module didn't turn on until you pressed all the way in, and it should be making contact way before that. Yeah, it was popped all the way out on the one side of Spander. That was just me not pushing it in far enough. But once I pushed it in to the point where it actually clicked on the little latch, it was good to go. So the problem with bending the JR pins any more than I already have is you can't get the module in. So I've got them bent to the maximum. I learned that like forever ago. TBS modules, actually, I had some issues with them just shutting off when they were in there, and that's when I had to start bending the JR pins. And yeah, I kind of figured out exactly how much you can bend them before it's too much to the point where you can't get the module in there. Yellow Captain says, watch Wesley Vardy's range test with 2.4 ELRS. He did like 40-kilometer flights with it. Yep, I have watched all of Wesley's stuff. You guys need to be subscribed to him for the record. Great YouTube channel. Yeah, ELRS has great range, but 900 is a better... it's a better wavelength than 2.4. And it's also a less crowded wavelength than 2.4. And as a working pilot, that's a big deal. So yeah, it's more than just like not to mention that like I don't do what Wesley does. You know, for what Wesley's doing, awesome. Like those test results are great, but flying in a downtown city is a completely different experience than flying in clean, clear air forever. So there's just all-out range is like 1% of the total picture. And it really represents very little in reference to the way that I fly. And to be honest, the way that most of us fly. You know, most of us don't just go straight out for 1,000,000 miles. That's not that's not what many people do. It's a great test. Don't get me wrong. It's a fantastic test, but it's a test that shows just the tiniest little bit of the total picture of what makes a good link a good link. Mr. Huggy says, if you want 2.4 and 900, then look at the latest FR Sky. They have radios that use both. Yeah, not doing that. FR Sky's current system is not great. And yeah, I mean, ELRS is very, very obviously the future, so it's going to be that. If I switch, it's going to be to ELRS. There's a snowball's chance in hell that I'll switch back to FR Sky. I had a really horrible experience with R9, and that was when I just kind of went like, nope. FR Sky links can go to hell. Although their old school 2.4 link has been great. I mean, I just recently, I mean, hell, it's on all the tiny whoops, all but one, and I just pulled it out of this ripsqueak, and it was totally fine in there. Bunch of latency, but you know, again, latency is only one little part of the picture in terms of what a good link is. Madstech says it can be done. Most of the ELRS modules are air inside. Yeah, even the 1 watt could double stack. Yeah, so there you guys go. If anybody knows, Madstech knows. You know, he's got that fancy microscope and just generally spends time, you know, learning about all the things that I typically don't kind of touch with a 10-foot pole because I'm much more focused on like other things. Darkman says, yep, there is. I'm running it right now. You can run it down to LQ0 and it will keep chugging. The problem, Darkman, and like I love that you're running it, like that's great, but I don't think that you're a professional pilot. I've never heard your name before, and I have a pretty good idea of the guys that are in the working community right now. Without professional pilots really testing it in really challenging situations, it's a no-go. So yeah, I hope that you're not a professional pilot because I've insulted you. I apologize if I did, but yeah, you got to stick with gear that's just absolutely, you know, and gear that doesn't just have a couple of people running it, gear that has thousands of people running it, to really get a full picture of it so that you can be reasonably sure that it's, you know, not just going to fall out of the sky randomly or have some weird thing going on, you know, when you're flying around a city that has Wi-Fi on some weird spec. Like yeah, there's just, yeah. Hard FPV says, I have the new Happy Model ES24TX Pro Micro ELRS. And it has the fan built in and almost flush with the back of my radio. Haven't had any problems yet. Yeah, the Beta FPV 1 watt module that I've got also has the fan in it. And I mean they bumped it out a bunch, but yeah, there's obviously a bunch of air inside of them, as we've been talking about. Panic FPV says, can't wait till spring to get back out and fly. Me too, Panic. Although we've had a couple of really nice days. Yesterday it was really nice out. I wasn't planning on flying, but Maggie and I got back from looking at a couple of houses, and I was just like, oh, this is really nice out. I gotta do something out here. And I just happened to have a couple of Ripsqueak batteries charged at 700 and 900, so I just threw them up in the air. I just railed up and down the street a bunch of times, but it was, man, it was nice to fly outside again. I've only been flying tiny whoops for like months now, and like I'm in love with the current performance that we have in tiny whoops. Don't get me wrong, but and with these new tiny whoop setups, like they make enough power where you can actually fly three-dimensionally. But there's a big difference between the Ripsqueak three-dimensional flying and these new tiny whoop three-dimensional flying. As Bander says, it's like saying that a van is always better vehicle than a car, and there's less vans on the road. Yeah, right. Yeah, different tools for different jobs. I'm caught up on the chat. Look at me. All right, that's the end of the stream. Bye. All right, so let's hold on. You know what I haven't done in a while? CiottiFPV Reacts. One of the benefits to joining my Patreon for just $3 a month, that's only 10 cents a day, is you get access to the Patreon-only Discord channels, live stream live, where you can post links and dirty pictures during the live streams. Patreon Hangout, where you can hang out with the other people that support me. The Video Collective, where you can put your flight edits, and I will play them live on stream during giveaways. Martin Wynn tagged me but didn't say anything. CiottiFPV Reacts, and All FPV Retailers. All FPV Retailers is a brand new text channel over on the Discord where it's just a dumping ground for every single possible FPV retailer that you can think of, so that they're all in one spot. A lot of times, especially right now with the chip shortage, it's hard to find stuff in stock, so this is going to be one big resource for all the spots. So if you really need to find something, you'll have a million different retailers there that you can search through. It's also a spot where if you guys have a bad experience with a reseller and you want to talk shit, go right ahead. If you had a good experience, go right ahead as well. But yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of a free-for-all in there. But I just thought it would be really valuable to have like one spot where we had a million different links to retailers, because there's a lot, you know. There's a like I feel like we all put most of our orders through Get FPV, Pyro Drone, Newbie Drone, and RDQ, but there's probably 20 or 30 other retailers here in the US, and then I know a lot of you guys are around the world, so you know, feel free to drop all the worldwide spots in there as well. So yeah, I haven't done CiottiFPV Reacts in a minute, so let's get in here and take a look. Let me try to figure out where I left off first. Well, there's where I left off. No questioning that. The ball videos. The ball sack videos, I should say. Alright, so what do we got here? John Goblin, Schizophrenic, Build of the Week. I think we might have already looked at this, but let's look at it again. It's a big fat 75mm whoop. We have looked at this. This is the fattest 75mm whoop ever. Not ever, but it's a fatty. Mine are fatter, but that's because they're carrying an Insta360 Go 2. Riot9 requesting that he add even more weight to make it 66.6 grams. Schizophrenic FPV dropping a couple pictures of the limited edition 250s that Tommy recently made that I'm sure are sold out in this really cool looking purple carbon and green carbon. Very jealous. They didn't do 4-inch arms for these, so I didn't pick one up, which is fine. I have plenty of things here that need building. Kevin Summer says, just built and debugged, plan to maiden tonight, 65mm with 35mm props. So he's running the Beta FPV Pro frame, and then one of the AIOs that have the sides all chopped out, that are all skinny and whatnot. I'm curious about this, but none of the AIOs that'll work with this frame have a built-in VTX, and I'm not playing around with external VTXs. That's just, I'm just done with it. But this is really cool. Yeah, this is slick. That's a really slick looking build. Dan Richmond says these are a few of my. This is also these 35mm props. These are also probably a better, like the perfect match for the 0802 motors. So this is a rad little build. Dan Richmond says these are a few of my favorite things. All the builds. Look at this big bastard with white props on it. What's that? A 7-inch, 8-inch, 100-inch? There's a ripsqueak frame in there. Bunch of tiny whoops. Good luck. Good God. There's a URAV, I think that one's called, with the little white canopy. Very cool, Dan. Freelojo! I need to walk into town and find a bathroom. I'm dying for a shit. Take my keys and go in the van. Any shit in the van. When giving instructions or evaluating a proposal, it helps to be specific and not assume the other side understands what we mean. We must always be prepared for the fact that the listener may be stupid. Nice, Freelojo. Paul McD with some rigs. Here's a slammed squirt, it looks like. Can't tell what this is here. That might be a Cinesplorer, maybe. This might be a... I was about to say glide, but I don't think so. These arms look a little bit too thick to be a glide. And then this is probably the same frame as that one. And then we've got... I'm not sure what that is, but it's got braces between the front and the rear. Ooh, some green TPU on this QX7. That's cool looking. And then I can't tell what this frame is here either. But it's on Emax AVAN 2.5-inch props, which is awesome. Quad with the GPS and the strap, that work well. You just... Okay, good. You guys are talking. Motoritskin says Toothpick Fleet all on ELRS now. 3S, 4S, TP3, GEP RC, 20 amp AAO, 1303 5000s, 1S Baby Tooth, front OG 65mm toothpick. Oh, man, those white, the white motor wires are just the hottest thing ever. For me, they would be green in about 10 seconds, but for those first 10 seconds when they're white, what a good looking thing. Man runs out of words. Very cool. This is a fat toothpick. This must blow up when you crash it, right? It's a lot of weight on those little skinny TP3 arms. Also pictured Uranus. Okay. Slim POVFPV says, only posting this because you said something about props cutting. This 2.5 did that to my leg back in July. I was surprised at the damage it could do. Ooh, that's a good one. Oh, that's a good one. Jesus. Yeah, the little rigs they'll like wreck the top surface of skin, but they won't go to bone like 5-inch rigs will. 5-inch rigs will like put your ass in the hospital. Micros will not. But they can still, yeah, I mean, they can still get you. Look at this. Like, look at that. That's... And then this is nasty. How the hell did that happen? How did it take a big... It's not a chunk. It's just like a flap, I guess. Yeah, it's more, to be honest, it's more about the motor volume and the voltage that you're running. If you're like 4S with like a 1404 or a 1306 or a 1505, like be careful. That's got more power than you'd believe. Freelojo says 2305.5 Amex Super Lagua on the X Hover Vanover frame with an all-up weight of 401. Cool looking little race rig. I have one of these. I've had one of these Vanover race frames forever that I've been meaning to build, but it keeps getting pushed to the back burner because I'm just never going to use a race rig. It's just not going to, yeah, I'm just not going to use it. It's just going to sit. But I will build it at some point. Little skinny prop nuts. I hate them, but, you know, you got to use them sometimes. Oh, look at that antenna sitting up on the top plate. That's interesting. That must take a beating in crashes. Although maybe not. I mean, because it's nice and flat. So really, what's going to happen? Got some race wires going on. Very cool. Clean looking build. All right. That blue QX7S. Look at how many people have QX7s. It's wild. Best radio ever. Is that a bong? I think that's a bong to the left. Nice for Lojo. Crash Panda with a TikTok link. Oh boy, I don't like TikTok. TikTok can go to hell. Another tower almost ate the guide wire. FPV crash dive. Oh man, you gotta come down. You gotta come down close. Oh, that's scary coming down out like that. That's when you hit those guide wires when you're out. Yeah, the trick to diving towers like this is to figure out where the guide wires are, and you got to go in between them. Ooh, that's scary, Crash Panda. That's scary. Yeah, with a tower like that, right? For the record, you guys should be diving radio towers. There's one near you, and it's great fun. But what you got to do on your approach to the radio tower, just figure out where the guide wires are. There's almost always 3. It's almost always a triangle of guide wires. So figure out where they are, 1, 2, 3, and then put your ass right in between 2 of them. And what the towers are usually triangular. There we go. The towers are usually triangular, and the guide wires connect to the points. So line yourself up with a flat spot, go all the way to the top, and then when you get really close to it, yes, the guide wires are going to be close to you coming down. So you don't have to get super close, but just stay, just fly straight towards it, initiate your dive, and just hang out there. Try not to do like spins and loops and stuff like that, because that's going to push you out towards the guide wires. Try to just, in my opinion, when you're doing a dive, you should just be looking down the whole time. The whole like spinning and flipping and looping on the way down a dive, I've never necessarily understood. To some extent, you're kind of using it to cover up the fact that you didn't initiate the dive properly and get nice and close. But yeah, to me, in my opinion, a dive is about looking straight down and just getting off the sticks and just using the throttle to make sure that you don't get sucked into the object. But yeah, and if you do that, it'll keep you from moving around. As soon as you start flipping and rotating around, it requires thrust to rotate these rigs. So as soon as you put anything in other than throttle, you're going to start pushing yourself sideways, and that's what's going to get you in trouble with those guide wires. So yeah, resist the urge to do that. Just leave it looking straight down. And if you blow it, if you're off to the side or something like that, just bail. Just, get your horizon back, go back up to the top, and do it again. And a lot of times it'll take a bunch of attempts. But you'll get that one where you're locked in, and that's it. That's the one that you can show everybody and lose your mind about. Bob Noxious showing the Never Give Up sticker. Very cool. I think he ordered that from the Etsy store when I was doing the thing in the place. And then Remy Tim just posting here, while we're on QX7s, I haven't used mine in the past year to force myself to get good with the Tango 2 for portability on hikes in the mountains. But this puppy is coming back into my daily because it's so much more comfortable. Yeah, man, there's nothing better than the way that a QX7 feels in big old man hands, in my opinion. Dan has, the last time I saw this radio, I don't think it had any of this yellow. It just had the orange and the purple. Now Dan's got a bunch of yellow going on. How'd you do that, Dan? Did you just mask that off and spray it? Very cool. You got to get one of those. They're impossible to find, but you got to get one of those, the black screens. It's on, you know what I'm saying. Well, for anybody that doesn't, hold on. Where's the other QX7 at? Here it is. They on the darker QX7s, they put a screen with a black surround rather than the gray. But you used to be able to get this black screen from Aloft Hobby, however you pronounce it. But I bought the last one a long time ago, actually. About a year ago, I bought the last one, and they have not restocked it, which says to me that they're not being manufactured anymore. But if anybody knows, if anybody has seen that black QX7 screen, it's just a sticker, in stock anywhere, do me a favor and let your gangly buddy know, because I want to buy one. The gray thing is is frustrating. What's in all FPV retailers? What are you guys saying here? So I dropped links to Get FPV, FPV Crate, FPV Cycle, Oh My God, FPV Exchange, Banggood, and Camera Butter, mainly because these are all affiliate links. And then it looks like Apache came in and dropped a link to droneshop.nl. I think that's outside of the US. Mr. Huggy, awesome. UK FPV shops, love it. Thank you, Mr. Huggy, for dropping this. Flying Tech, Hobby RC, Unmanned Tech, Drone Authority, Drone is Life, FPV World, Your FPV. I love this too because these outside of the US shops a lot of times will have stuff that has gone out of stock in the US shops. You'll pay a bunch of money in shipping, but if you're really desperate for the thing, that's amazing. So this is great. Huggy, thank you, dude. Kevin Sumner says, specializing in or good selection of quad gear, Defiance RC, Grayson Hobby, My FPV store. Grayson Hobby is actually like right up the street from Maggie's house. My FPV store, Newbie Drone. I can't believe I forgot to put a link to Newbie. I can, because I was just putting affiliate links in there. I sent Newbie Drone another email asking if I can be on their affiliate program. What's on my forehead? What is this? Is this just dry skin? Here, I'll scratch it off with my finger now. That's what you do, right? Newbie Drone, Progressive RC, Pyro Drone, Race Day Quads, Rotor Riot, Rotor Geeks, Rotor Lab, Rotor Quest, and TBS. More focused on planes, cars, boats, but sometimes surprising and obviously stock generic supplies, wire connectors, glue. A-Main Hobbies, Hobby King, and RC Mart. All right. And then we've got... I'm going to take... Will it let me take these? Yes. I'm going to remove these embeds from these. Just to kind of clean these all up a little bit. Don't be weirded out when your embeds go away, friends. Meadow Dirtskin says, a couple more. Cyclone FPV, which is in Texas. Great shop. Airblade UAV. All right. Get that cleaned up there. And then Finn FPV with his favorite Canadian site, rotorvillage.ca. I've ordered from Rotor Village a bunch. They have a bunch of stuff on there that's kind of unique. Yeah, I think it was dead skin. It's almost all scratched off, though. That's what we do. That's what men do. That's our skincare routine is fingernail based. All right, I think I'm good. Is this good? Is this good live streaming content? Man scrapes face. I gotta make sure I look good for you guys. I don't want no dead skin. Come on now. I'm doing this for you. I'm doing this for you. What a strange person I am. Kevin Sumner says that, back into the chat, we're caught up on CiottiFPV Reacts. Feel free to put more stuff in there. Pictures you want me to react to, short little tiny video clips, or questions. Somebody tagged me in all FPV retailers. Oh, cool. Thanks, Kevin Sumner. RC and Go, Jacksonville, Florida, Velociraptor says. Kevin Sumner says Aloft Hobbies. Yeah, Aloft has a bunch of random stuff. It's a cool shop. All right, stop playing with your forehead. Kevin Sumner in the chat says, the AIO on that 6535 Whoop is an iFlight Success F4 AIO. Comes with built-in VTX 200 milliwatt. Comes in FR Sky or plug and play. Really? iFlight Success. I usually don't... I don't give the iFlight Success stuff a second look, just mainly to boycott the fact that they've used such a stupid name, but I want to see that. Here it is. I did not realize that there was one that had the... I know of this AIO, and I thought it was one of the ones that didn't... Oh, okay. So that... Yeah, all right. So this VTX being a second board can go to hell. Yeah, so yeah, I've seen this board, but I hate this idea of this second pinned board here. Also, I'm pretty sure that this won't fit under a newbie drone goober canopy, so I had ruled this one out. Maybe tiny whoops don't hit hard enough for this to be an issue of this being pinned, but man, that still scares the hell out of me. So yeah, good. All right, I was totally shocked because I've been looking for a board that's cut down like this that has the VTX and the receiver on board for a while. I would actually settle for a board like this that has just the VTX on board and not the RX, because then I can just throw a little ELRS. But I don't think I've found that either. I don't think I've found one of these Whoop AIOs that's cut down like this, that's cut skinny like this on the diagonals, that has the VTX on board. Once I do, I might grab one. Maybe not, though. Dubs Squared FPV says, my thoughts exactly on dives. I did iGal for a little bit this year, and everyone was doing flippy flops, and I didn't get it. I just got as close as possible and fell with style. Yeah, I mean, we flip and flop around constantly. If you're doing a dive, it's the perfect opportunity to not flip and flop around. So yeah, do it. And plus, you know, in a dive, the whole point is to look down, right? Like the whole idea is you go up really high and then you dive. Thus the name dive. So yeah, I think it's I'm 99% sure that when people are flopping around during a dive, it's because they've gotten far. They're not happy with the way it looks looking straight down, because they've kind of gotten too far away from the object that they're diving, right? And when we've got this thing in our heads, right? We've got like this pacing. Each one of us has this pacing in our heads surrounding like action. Like and if more than like half a second has gone by and there hasn't been like action, our brain goes like no, and then we just start moving the sticks around and whoa, here we go with some action. It's something that I had to like kind of force myself out of, and allow myself to like slow that pacing down. And it's something that I actually learned from Stickman way back when. Stickman did an interview on the FPV show with Gapit Hife and Blue, where he talked about, a lot of you guys probably don't even know who Stickman is. Look him up, Stickman FPV, revolutionary pilot. He talked about how he's actually not a very good pilot, but he is a very good filmmaker. And one of the specific things that he talked about is that as a filmmaker, you really rely on, like, of course, drama and like just making things as dramatic as possible. A part of making things dramatic is like taking someone from like one extreme to the next. So like in the lighting world, if you've got like a character moving in between rooms and you want to really have a lot of drama in that transition, you change the lighting drastically in between those two rooms. Maybe one room is like fully incandescent with like really warm lights, and then they go into the next room and it's very white, very blue, outdoor, white balanced stuff. Or one room is really dark and the other room is very bright, right? Like, you guys know what I'm saying there. So with our flying, Stickman was talking about how he tries to do the same thing. So he'll like take off and he just won't touch the sticks. He'll take off and just fly with the throttle and just cruise dead straight for as long as he possibly can. Maybe that's like 15 seconds. And then he'll just hammer a stick movement. So like your audience gets, so you take off and you have like this nice, smooth, steady, well-tuned rig just kind of cruising along the ground, and it's like, oh, cool. And you get you pull everybody in, you pull them in, you pull them in. Ooh, look at that. And they're looking around like, oh, look how close he is to the ground. Oh, look, squirrel. Oh, look. Oh, there's a building coming up. There's a building. And you pull them in. You pull them in. They're in, and you got them. You got them locked in. They're like, oh, great. Okay, so this quad only flies dead flat and nice and low to the ground. That's cool. I like the way that looks. And then you fucking blast the throttle and like hammer pitch down or something like that. And it's just like, whoa. And you just give this like big moment of like, holy hell. And then you'll do like, you'll do a bunch of really energetic stuff for like 5 or 10 seconds, and then you'll find another opportunity to just drop into a nice cruise, and you'll cruise around nice and smooth. You won't just go straight this time. You'll use a little bit of coordinated sticks to do like maybe a big orbit of the area to kind of show the area, and then you'll chop the throttle, do that for like 10 seconds, and then you chop the throttle, let it fall all the way down to the ground, and you blast the throttle when you get 6 inches off the ground, and like lock in and start flipping it around, right? And you just like, you take people on this journey of like chaos to nice, serene, locked in kind of cruisy stuff. And yeah, dives are a perfect opportunity for that. You're given the opportunity to go way high in the air and have a subject, be able to fall straight down and have a subject for the entire fall. And that's pretty slick. So when you're doing that, take that opportunity to come off the sticks and just fly with the throttle and just let it fall. Let your subject be the subject. Don't let your flying be the subject, right? When we're railing around and putting pitch, roll, and yaw in, what we're basically doing is we're making the flying be the subject. People are watching you fly. People are not watching the space that you're flying in. And that's something that, in my experience, comes from a much more seasoned pilot. I can usually watch about 10 seconds of somebody's flight footage and know whether or not they've been flying for 1 month, 1 year, or 5 years. And this is one of the ways, once you've really put, let's say, 1,000 plus flight hours in, you tend to kind of develop an understanding of this. And you can really... It's something that we all have access to, right? We can all fly like this. It's really pretty cool. One of the reasons, and one of the other reasons that way back when people used to rip around and just constantly move around is that the tunes weren't good enough. You couldn't just do a perfectly flat cruise that didn't have some amount of mid-throttle oscillations or jello or a combination of the two. So yeah, we're now in a situation where we can be even more dynamic with the way that we fly. So do that, use that. It makes your flight footage so much more fun to watch, and it also makes your flight footage watchable by normies. If 50% of your flight is nice steady cruising and then you accentuate that with a bunch of flips and flops, typically when you show that to normal people, non-pilots, they can watch it and they'll really enjoy it because you give them a break. We've conditioned our brains to be able to take 3 or 4 or 5 minutes of steel just seizuring on the sticks, and just the whole world flailing around all over the place. We've spent a lot of time watching videos that allow us to be able to deal with that and not have our eyeballs bleed, but most people haven't. So yeah, try to, in my opinion, incorporate a wider range of the way that you fly. And when you're flying at a spot and you have a subject that will look cool with you not doing anything and you just showing that subject with a beautiful steady state cruise, do it. The other thing is, if you haven't been doing that, you will not believe how difficult it is to do that. It seems like it's just oh, well, that's boring and that's easy. It is anything but. Flying cinematic a lot last year, the subtlety of flying cinematic is so much more difficult than just railing the sticks to the plastic and just, you know, it's almost like a little bit of a cheat, right? Like the fact that we have such performance and the fact that we can make these things, you know, rotate at 1,000 degrees per second, 2,000 degrees per second, whatever. It's a really, you don't have to like get all that good. You can just rail the sticks around and it's like, look how impressive this is. And it is impressive. Like it is nuts to see what these rigs can do. But I want, you know, I don't want to show people what the rig can do. I want to show people what I can do, right? And yeah, what I can do is fly really smooth, fly really steady, go nuts, mix that all together, and to have like a little cohesive kind of journey that you take your viewer on throughout the course of your battery, rather than just you know what I mean? My fucking brain hurts from that. Oh, I shook my head too hard. Oh, God. Well, that was fun, but was it worth it? Somebody better clip that and put it on the Discord. Oh. 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 Is that the best visualization ever been done? Oh, God. Of how these rigs fly. Oh, fuck. Oh, man. That doesn't feel great. Okay.
諦めんなよ。諦めんなお前。どうしてそこでやめるんだ。そこでもう少し頑張ってみろよ。ダメやめ諦めたら周りのこと思うよ。応援してる人たちのこと思ってみろって。あともうちょっとのところなんだから。俺だってこのマイナス10度のところしじみが取れるって頑張ってんだよ。絶対やってみろ。必ず目標達成できる。だからこそネバギブアップ。
Suggestion by the chat. I take no... That was not my idea. You guys are the best. Northern TRFPV says, what about RF interference up around the top? I wanted to try a cell tower, but concerned about 2.4 interference. You are right to be concerned, Northern Tier. Cell phone towers will absolutely knock you out of the air. It doesn't matter if you're on Crossfire or ELRS. Yeah, cell phone towers will just blast you. If you're even with the cell phone towers have those big white rectangle guys, right, all around them. If you fly, no, my hand is it. My hand is the big thingy. If you fly up here, you'll probably be fine. If you fly down here, you'll probably be fine. But if you fly up to a cell phone tower, even with those big antennas, they will blast your ass, 100%. So I've only ever been blasted by those. I've dove a bunch of radio towers and I've flown past the other antennas. They have round ones, they have square ones, they have just straight up, like, you know, dipole looking ones. I've never had an issue with any of the other ones, but the cell phone ones have blasted me out of the air, but only when I basically fly, because it's the first time I think every time it's happened, it's been like, let me see if it's been a cell tower in a spot that was recoverable, and I was like, okay, let me see if this shit'll blast me out of the air. So I specifically, like, I'll fly around it low and I'll be fine, I'll fly up over it and I'll be fine, and then I'll go, okay, I'm gonna get blasted now, and I'll go even with it and I'll fly directly towards it, and it usually doesn't take me down until I'm pretty close to it. Like, my guess would be about 100 feet. But yeah, it'll knock your ass out. So what you do is you dive it, right? You come up over it. I mean, don't dive cell phone towers. They're not tall enough. It's not a cool dive. Dive radio towers. Some of the radio towers do have cell phone antennas on them, so you want to just whiz right past those. Your fail-safe is set by default at 1 second. So as long as when you're flying up that radio tower, you don't hang out in front of those cell phone antennas for more than 1 second, you're going to be fine. And realistically, what's going to happen is you're going to come up the tower, you're going to get to the cell antennas, they're going to blast your receiver on your quad. It's going to go into failsafe, but failsafe is set to hold. So you won't even notice it. You'll get up to it, it'll go into failsafe, but then you'll get past it and it'll come out of failsafe. So it'll just hold. It'll just hold the last input for the time that it's going past the... And those cell phone antennas are only like this big, it looks like. So you'll get past it pretty damn quickly. But yeah, almost guaranteed you'll go into failsafe as you go by it. But again, your default for failsafe is to hold the last stick input for 1 second. So that'll usually get you right past it, and then you won't even notice it. Like it'll just it'll just happen real quick, and then you'll come out of it and you'll just keep going. You won't even think about it. And then on the way down, you'll be going even faster. On the way down, you'll be going 60-ish miles an hour. Dan, Remy, Tim, and I figured out after we did that 1,100-foot radio tower dive, we figured out the terminal velocity of a 5-inch rig on the way down, and it was somewhere between 50 and 60 miles an hour. So on the way down, you're going to go past that fucker at 50 miles an hour, and it might not even put you into failsafe. It might just be a blip, and it's like, whatever. Really, really, really good thought, though, Northern Tier. It is a real thing. Ramdongo says, Drone Junkie is a UK site, lots of Whoop stuff. I think I might have ordered from there once. I forget what it was. Bushy the Bird says, thanks CiottiFPV for all you do for us, including scraping your face. Including scraping your face. Hey, who's got a hot air station? Who's got a hot air station that is willing to... So I've got a blown up Newbie Drone V2 AIO, and I've got this is the one where the video kept shit in the bed on Friday. So basically, I've got a blown up Newbie Drone V1 AIO. The V1 AIO is having video problems. This blown up V2 AIO has a bad gyro. So if somebody's got a hot air station, I wonder if the VTX is like a chip on here, and I wonder if that VTX chipset can be removed from this V2 board and dropped into this V1. No, probably not. So it needs to be the other way around, because the VTX on this only goes up to 50 milliwatts. The VTX on this goes up to 200. So more than likely, if it's just one chip, I don't even know if it is, it might be a bunch, but if it's just one chip for the VTX, they're different chips between these two. But the gyro is different too. Never mind. If you have a hot air station and you'd like to play around with these two boards to see if you can take two boards and make one working one, let me know. But I don't think you're going to be able to do that. Damn. Does anybody have an Acro B, a Newbie Drone Acro B, V1 or V2 or even V3 AIO that they don't want anymore? I'll buy it. I would love for it to be a V1. My favorite of these Acro B AIOs is the V1 because it has an MPU 6000 gyro on it. But I will take whatever I can get. Because I want to continue to do tiny whoop testing, and I am running out of these AIOs. Although the Happy Model Mobula 7 will be here tomorrow, so that's going to give me another AIO, but I don't like the Happy Model AIOs as much as the Newbie Drone AIOs. So I would still like to buy one more Newbie Drone V1 AIO, or the V2, or the V3. So let me know if you have any that you don't want anymore. Drony Droid says, black display panel at Horus RC, $1.95. Hell yeah, the power of the live stream. Horus RC official online RC hobby shop. I was about to say, isn't Horus RC just FR Sky? But I guess not, or maybe it is. Maybe it is. It is. This is just FR Sky. Okay. Okay, so you can get it directly from FR Sky. I didn't even think of doing that. Well, you know, it's nice that it's still being manufactured, I guess. How can I find that? Black. I'm probably not going to order it from these guys because they're in China. And the shipping would just be silly. But, oh, so that's the X... I might have just not found it. Let's go QX7 screen. Okay, that's not going well. Where did you find it, is my question. Because their search sucks. Wait, what if I just search for... Ooh, was that it? Nope, that's the Horus. Yo, I have like almost bought one of the fancy QX7s, one of the Horus QX7s. I guess it's not called the QX7 anymore, but I have almost bought one of those a bunch of times. But it's just such a goddamn waste of money. This is going to find it. There it is! Alright, cool. So, it's in stock. I mean, maybe they're not making it anymore, but they just have a million of them. Very cool. Good find. Journey Droid. Mr. Huggy says, yes, when doing dives, it's good to take it slow. Take in the view, make it look graceful. I agree. Charles says, hey, bud, much love. Thanks for your presence in the scene. Thank you for, being cool enough to say that, Charles. Much appreciated. T-Bird says I'm a little late. You can start now. Charles also says, valid point, freestyle can be anything. Following subject must be pretty much one way. Yes and no, actually. It's subject-driven flying, I think we've kind of just scratched the surface of, if I'm completely honest. Which makes sense, because it's pretty new. FPV has been just freestyle for a long time. We only really started flying around talent like basically 2 years ago, right? Johnny FPV really kicked that whole thing in the ass. It's pretty interesting. There's this is actually one of the things that I've been really trying to understand and like develop in my own piloting. Like it's been high on the list of things that I think about. Like, how do you fly the subject, fly the location, and fly freestyle? Because when you do all three, that's the total magic. Because and that's also when you can really kind of start storytelling and because you can show the actual subject, that's obvious, right? But then you can show the location, so that sort of takes the place of B-roll. And then by incorporating freestyle flying in it, you can show an emotion. Like a fast roll is going to have like a little punch, whereas like a slow roll is going to tell a little bit of a different story. So, yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, like, you can absolutely just fly the subject, but pretty quickly that just turns into orbits. And orbits get a little bit stale. Not a little bit stale, they get full-blown stale pretty quickly. So in order to just not orbit your subject, you have to incorporate flying the location and flying freestyle in a little bit to kind of mix it up. The easiest way to do that is just to have a big long approach. You just have a big long approach to your subject, and then you get to the subject, and maybe you do a couple of orbits, and then you exit with a big long approach. That's the easiest thing to do. But you know, after you've done that a whole bunch of times, it's like, all right, well, what else can I do? How else can I do this? I can dive down on my subject. I can, you know, on a recent gig, the rapper was in a car and then he got out of the car. So I showed the car and then him, and just like kind of incorporated that. I flew through the windows of the car and then showed him exiting it. It's really, really fun. I am staggered at how much fun subject-driven flying is. I think I actually like it better than freestyle flying, if I'm totally honest. Freestyle is great and all, but I've been doing it for 5 years. And that probably has a lot to do with it. But at the same time, I don't know. It really is genuinely fun. I also love that with subject-driven flying, you have to be dialed. Like, you can't have like one little weird thing that you do on the sticks. Your tune can't be a little bit weird because it sticks out like a sore thumb. Like, you're expected to be basically a camera on a gimbal, and a camera on a gimbal is perfect all the time. So to try to do that manually on the sticks is such a challenge. And that is really fun. It's really fun to be challenged that much, even after having flown for so long. So yeah, I really, really, really do enjoy that. Mr. Huggy says, "Come on, YouTube, don't be like this." Mr. Huggy says, "You tried to be Mr. Steele." Yeah, and it gave me a headache. Matthew Vega says that was an amazing spaz dance. Thanks, dude. Journey Dread says, your lady friend will be asking for that move sign. God, gross. Dan636 says, think about running 6S on 3500 kV to see what happens. Should I do it? Depends on what the rig is, what the prop size is, all that stuff. 3500 kV is probably not 5-inch. 6S 3500 kV on a micro is probably going to cook the... it's probably going to cook the ESC, to be honest, Dan. So I would motor limit that down. It's probably also going to give you mid throttle, full throttle oscillation. So I would put motor limiting down at like 70%. Sit it in full throttle, make sure it doesn't get all angry, and then go up to maybe 80%. And then you're going to get to a point where at full throttle it starts to oscillate, and that'll cook your motors and ESC in an instant. So careful, careful, careful. Remy Tim says, cell towers are awful, but they don't transmit 2.4. It's radio and TV towers that are good to fly. The big red and white alternating towers. Yeah, that's the big red and white towers. Those are the ones you guys want. Those are the hot, the hot towers to dive down. And I've dove at least a dozen, and I've yet to have an issue. So, McConnell Studios says, on the cinematic versus floppy, I had the exact response for my edits in the UAE. Can you slow it down so the Mavic shots are more popular? Yeah, ever since I've been flying gigs, I've been very cinematic in the way that I fly. So I've actually never gotten told to slow it down. I actually, more often than not, get told like, "Hey, go nuts, go more nuts." But yeah, it's true. If you're flying for someone else, either being paid by someone else or just making footage for someone else that's not an FPV pilot, you got to slow everything down. Normal people cannot watch. You guys all know this. You've shown you're flying to normal people, and they've watched for 4 seconds and then just been like, so. And it's not because they hate you. It's just they hate your flying. No, it's because they haven't watched, 10 hours of steel fly. It's just us. Ruby Tim says, I think it was 66 miles an hour. There we go. I couldn't remember the exact number, but I remember it was in that 50, 60 range. And it is going to vary. So Dan had Dan being Rumi Tim, had a Hero 7 or Hero 8 on his rig, whereas I had a Session 5. And my God, he just left me like I was tied to a stump. I mean, it was wild to just watch him. In my edit, I zoomed my footage in very slowly throughout the course of the dive so that I could keep Dan in frame. When you take that zoom out, it's like, oh, there's Dan. Oh, okay. I guess we're just diving alone now. Like the weight, and so that's only the GoPro is a 60 gram, 50, 60 gram weight difference. But then I think his rig was a little bit heavier than mine. My guess would be that all up weight, we were maybe 80 grams different. But my God, it was such a difference. I mean, he just walked away from me. And in fairness, he did, like, we tried to fly up together, but it was really difficult. And he did end up going a little bit higher than I did. Like, we kind of both initiated the dive at the same time, but he was up a little bit higher. So he comes by me with some extra momentum, but then he just continues to accelerate past me. So the fall speed is going to depend on the weight of the rig to kind of push through the aerodynamic drag. It also is going to have to do with the aerodynamics of the frame and the prop that you're running, stuff like that, and the camera. I was actually working against him. His camera is a big brick, and mine was a little square, so I was a little bit more aerodynamic on the camera front. But I don't think we were running the same props. There's just a million different variables. Yellow Captain says, maybe it's already mentioned, but this seems to me to be the ultimate 1S whoop board with even 400 milliwatt VTX X12 5-in-1 AAO flight controller, built-in 2.4 ELRS V2 and OpenTX. I think what Yella is talking about is the new Mobula 7 AIO. It might be the ultimate board. I doubt it. I still all of the Happy Model and Beta FPV boards, for whatever reason, they do this thing where when you disarm them, they don't want to rearm. You go to rearm it, it says RX lost, you disarm again, you rearm, it says RX lost, you disarm, you rearm, it says waiting to arm, and it has some stupid ass countdown, you disarm, you rearm. And like, that's annoying as hell. The Acroby boards, you disarm and you rearm right away. I like that for two reasons. One, I will disarm when I hit something sometimes and realize that I'm okay, and I'll rearm and keep flying. On these Happy Model and Beta FPV boards, you just can't do that. It just doesn't work. And also, it kind of like takes me out of it. Like with the tiny whoops, like if I crash and bang to the ground, it's like, oh, and I'll like disarm, flip it back over, rearm, go, and I can kind of stay in my flow. Whereas when I'm stuck on the ground for 4 or 5 seconds, arming and disarming, it's like, fuck, come on, man. So I'm really excited about the Mobula 7 AIO. I really, really, really am. But I'll betcha it still does that thing, and that thing is very annoying to me. And the newbie drone boards don't do it. And the newbie drone boards are going to be better anyway. They're more expensive. They're built better. Happy Model is a company that sells stuff as cheap as they possibly can. And as cheap as you possibly can is never going to be as good as it possibly can be. So I'm really excited for it, but I'm not getting my hopes up too much. it's man, would it be nice to get a newbie drone AIO with regular SHP or whatever the hell they are, 1.0 motor plugs, ELRS built in. That's it. That's it. That's all I want. VTX is going to be built in because that's how they build the Acro B boards. Oh, MPU 6000 would be great, but probably not going to happen. But yeah, man. Oh, a newbie drone board with the big motor plugs and Express LRS built in. Come on now. How many people in chat? Here. How many people in chat would buy that board that won't buy the current Acro B boards? A bunch of people in chat have mentioned, when I talk about this, have mentioned, yeah, I refuse to buy newbie drone boards because of the motor connectors or because they don't have ELRS built in. So how many of you guys that refuse to buy Acro B boards would buy them if they had regular motor plugs and or ELRS built in? How many of you guys would? I have a feeling a lot of you guys. I have a feeling that everybody would buy them. Right? Like, why wouldn't you? Who likes working on tiny whoops? Why wouldn't you spend $20 extra or whatever however much extra the Acro B boards are to have something that checks all the boxes? The Acro B boards have had the 12 amp ESC FETs on them forever. Man, I really wish they would. I'm sure they have reasons why they're not doing it, but for the good of the community, like, just don't, like, just call it like this board is for donkeys. Like, just make it off to the side. Make like 100 of them. You know, like, call it like pro version of the board, or like heavy motor connector version of the board. I don't care. But, like, people would buy it. Like, we don't want to buy these goddamn Happy Mono boards. They're so shitty. Like, they're just so shittily made. I would pay $200. Not really. Some people would pay $200 for that. Smooth and Groovin says, currently in the works, building a Switchback Pro race rig, cramming a naked Vista into a 25mm stack screws standoffs. Nice, Smoothin'. It's going to be a gnarly build. That switchback frame is nice. Yellow Captain says, by the way, it's from Heavy Model. Spender says, I'm fairly sure failsafe delay is at 0.4 of a second. Okay. So I guess I've moved. My failsafe delays are all at 1 second, but I probably did that. That's probably in this chunk of shit that I dump into the CLI. Good to know. Good. Thanks for calling that out, Spender. Northern Tier says, good stuff, man. Thanks. You're certainly welcome. Slim says, I got a hot air gun. If you're interested, let me know. FPV Trucker says, stuck in cold Missouri today, ripping 6S Glide around the truck stop. Also flew a couple packs on the Cinesplorer. Very cool. What a fun, like, what a perfect hobby for that job. You know what I mean? Like, as a trucker, my God, FPV is just perfect. You're all over the place. You have these little stops that you can make and shred. I'll bet that FPV Trucker's got a little charging setup in the truck somewhere. Charles Marseille says, indeed, the emotion in subject's shots is the ultimate goal. If the viewer feels something, you won. Yeah, very true. Artistic director approves. Yeah, it's true. Scarecrow's in the house. What's up, brother? I may have one of those Acro B V1 new in a box somewhere here for my time at Newbie Drone. Oh, dude, I would love that, man. I really, really would. Those V1s, oh, I love them so much. JR, did you get the? I think I sent you the link to the build, to the frame build. Did you get it? Did I forget to send it to you? It's up. I uploaded it to my Google Drive. So let me know if you don't have that link. Pretty sure I sent it to you though. S. Grace says, have you seen the new GT7 reel trailer? I have. It looks so awesome. Reel tuning is finally back. The new community setup looks good too. I'm very excited about Gran Turismo 7. Other than the devs and or Kaz, I forget who it was, did say at some point that the physics are not geared more towards sim racers. That the it's going to be the same or less realistic from a physics standpoint than GT Sport. And GT Sport compared to Assetto Corsa, it's not sim enough. It's dulled down for the masses. And that makes sense because it's a huge blockbuster game. But I really, really wish that, and like bury it in the menus, bury some like pro mode in the menus. But the problem with that is they would have to spend, I don't know, $500,000 on the R&D behind a physics setup in there that is as good as Assetto Corsa. So that's super disappointing, but also super predictable. It'll be a great game for immersion. It'll be 1,000 times more accurate from a physics standpoint than anything Microsoft is ever going to come out with. Forza, I guess it's just Forza. But for us total nerds, we're going to stay in Assetto Corsa. I really wanted to finish Gran Turismo Sport. I really did, and I'm close. I'm probably like 90%. But every time I go in there and I put the car to the limit of traction, it's like I can turn the steering wheel like 45 degrees and it makes very little difference. And that's just, and that immediately that takes me out of it. For me, the immersion from a racing game comes from the physics, not from the visuals, not from the audio, which is really annoying. If I'm totally honest, because I would much rather be able to just shut my brain off and be totally immersed in a beautiful gaming experience with amazing audio and a huge car selection list, and the real tuning is going to be great. So yeah, I'm disappointed. I'm excited. Don't get me wrong, but I'm disappointed. I probably won't get it right away because I don't have a PS5. And they're expensive and they're hard to get your hands on. So my guess would be that like I don't even get it until like 2023. But we'll see. I don't know. It'll be beautiful. It'll be very fun, I'm sure. I'm definitely looking forward to it. I love that the used car menu is going to be back, and I love the process of buying cars and tuning cars in Gran Turismo. It's just the coolest thing ever. I've been playing the Gran Turismo games from the very first one. I very specifically remember when the first game came out, and I got it on launch day, and just put hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours into it, and have it with every single game ever since, except for 6, actually. 6 is the only game that I haven't really spent much time in. But yeah. Yeah, I owe a lot of my obsession with cars and track day autocross kind of that world to Gran Turismo. I was into prior to Gran Turismo, I was into like car audio and like show car bullshit, and then the original Gran Turismo came out and I was like, wow, like this is what cars can do. Like there's this depth and there's this like skill set that's really hard to develop to making a car go around a corner at the absolute limit of traction and diving into the corner as late as you possibly can on the brakes and all this little tiny details in there, and then how you set the suspension up and all that good stuff. So and that's a familiar tale. Like the Gran Turismo series has done that for a generation of car guys, right? So yeah, 7 will be great, but I'm just super bummed that they didn't go a little bit more sim with the physics model. I feel like that's a missed opportunity. But the sim racing community is much, 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 much smaller than everyone else that's going to be buying that game. So it makes a lot of sense that they did that. Kevin Sumner says, I'd buy one, but I've stayed away from the newbie drones because of the motor connectors. I'd replace my whole fleet. Yep. 661FPV says, have you seen on Facebook Newbie Drone teased a Newbie Drone pics next to the ELRS logo and said coming soon? I did not. In talking to a couple of the guys from Newbie Drone, I thought they were going a different direction, which I've been asked not to talk about, but that is really good news. I was kind of assuming that they would go that direction, because why wouldn't you? But I thought they were going to go a different direction, which would have been okay, but this is even better. Dub Squared says, I would buy Newbie Drone's board if the motor plugs were normal and had ELRS. So yeah, it's not just me. I assumed it's not just me, but it's good to get some feedback. Remy Tim says, I buy that board. I don't even have ELRS yet. Board might be to get me into indoor flying again. Yeah. Dub Squared says, but Newbie Drone is the Apple of the Whoop world. They're working on their own battery connector now too. They refuse to use BT 2.0. So it's not actually their connector. It's GNB's connector. And speaking of it, so it's called GNB 27. Speaking of GNB 27, I've actually heard some complaints about it. Apparently, the tolerances aren't quite right, and you'll plug your battery in and nothing will happen. So, and I've never heard of that with BT 2.0. The reason why Newbie Drone refuses to use BT 2.0 is because Beta FPV charges way too much for the licensing to use BT 2.0. This is why nobody's really using BT 2.0. There's only a couple people that are using it. So yeah, that's not on Newbie Drone side, Dub Squared. Don't blame Newbie Drone for that. That's Beta FPV being assholes. They, you know, they're you know, I mean, they're trying to make money. Which I try not to come down too hard on people that are trying to make money, but what pisses me off is that, like, so they came out with BT 2.0 a long time ago, and nobody's really adopted it. So after 6 months or a year of nobody adopting it because you've made it too much too expensive, drop the price. Don't like hold the line and be like, no, they'll, you know, we'll force them into it, right? Like, drop the price so that the industry can move to your thing that you made that's good, right? Like, you've obviously made it more expensive than these manufacturers can handle. And so that's you. Like, you've created the problem at that point, right? Like, you've priced it out of the market. So you need to fix that. The solution is not like, oh, we'll just sit back and wait for them to come to us and then we'll be rich, bitch. No. Stop it. So yeah, don't blame Newbie Drone for that. Blame them for using proprietary motor plugs. Although, in fairness, the motor plugs that they've chosen to use are smaller, and space is at a premium on these AIOs. So, you know. But it's very annoying that they don't use the standard motor plugs. Very, very, very annoying. Farts. There we go. 661 says, Newbie Drone motor plugs are the biggest reason I've never had one and never plan to. Yeah, I mean, that's like 5-6 people in the chat. That's ridiculous. Scarecrow, you got it. Awesome, dude. What's the timestamp here? I'll forward this to Darren to see what he says. Thank you, Remy Tim. You got it. Rob Axelson says, hello. CMYK says, what's up? It's 3 o'clock, so now, yeah, the people that didn't remember that, or that are busy in Joshua Bardwell's time slot are now going to be coming in. Is there a little spike in the thing? Nah, not really. 240. I can't say 661. But no. Dub squared. I just did say, because there's only one other option. Dub Squared says, I know they released the GNB 27 version of the battery, but Kelvin confirmed they're still working on their own connector too. I think they're calling it SP 1.2. Oh, I didn't know that. I did not know that. That's interesting. Northern Tier says they fly better soldered, but it's a pain in the ass. Yeah, it's really brutal. It's completely unreasonable to expect anyone to direct solder tiny whoop motors. It just sucks. Oh no, that's not it either. Yeah, it really, it's just insane. Especially because the biggest problem with it is that on a lot of these tiny whoop frames, the motors won't fit through the frame. So in order to direct solder the motors, you have to do it while the motors are in the frame. And that's just ridiculous, because that's like such an insane juggling act of like, oh, I gotta stand the frame up vertically and then I can pull the AIO out a little bit and then I can just kind of get the tip of the soldering iron in here, but oh wait, the soldering iron melted the frame and now I have to rip it all apart and do it all over again because I just melted a hole in the frame. Like it's just insane. Yeah, and there's really not that much loss with the big connectors. Maybe with the small connectors either as well. Maybe there's the same amount of loss. But I've had rigs that I used the connectors and then I direct soldered them and I was like, oh, this is gonna be great. And it's like I can kind of maybe feel a difference, maybe kinda. But whenever I feel like that, I'm like, yeah, that's the placebo, bro. Like you just put 2 hours into doing this, like. The placebo gonna make you feel like it's flying better, but like if there's any doubt, I'm always kind of like, yeah, that's my brain playing tricks. Northern Tier, Apple Juice FPV says, have you ever done any fixed wing flying? What did you think? I have not, literally not once, not a single time. Quasimodo says, holy shit, I'm late. Sorry, it's all good. I'm on I usually only start now. Guillermo says, I'm very happy with my Mobula 6. I am as well. And we're caught up on chat. Cool. Let me hit the workbench and do a little bit of building, which is in the title. Hey, CMYK, did you ever fix that pin? Pin got sorted out. Flight controller is still not getting power. Plugs into Betaflight, but not with battery. You're going to swap the wiring harness. Interesting. All right. Get out of Discord here. Got this going over here. I hope we get hungry. I knew this was going to happen. These big long streams are tough because my metabolism is so nuts that I get hungry every 5 seconds. And today is no different. What do you guys want to see? I have 6 batteries to fly. I have a bunch of bench work to do. Drop in the chat. Say either bench or fly in the chat, and I'll do whatever you guys want. Maybe I'll just do bench work because I need to do bench work. CMY Case is working on it now. Nice. Got the pin straight, but still no flight controller power on battery. What was that pin that got bent? Was the pin that got bent battery? Flight controller powers up on USB, so checking the wiring harness. Interesting. It's hard to get the probes of the of the multimeter into those connectors to put them on those pins to see if last time I tried to do it I couldn't. It's VBAT, yeah. That's interesting. You'll figure it out, man. You know how electricity works. Guillermo wants to see me dance. That's not gonna happen. My head still hurts from dancing before. Oh my god, nobody wants to see me fly? Well, fuck you guys! Everybody wants to see bench work? Why do you guys want to see bench work? Isn't it boring? I assumed you guys didn't like bench stuff. Maybe that's just because I don't like it. Hey, there's one person that wants to fly. Well, alright, I'm going to do bench stuff for a little bit, because that's the majority. I will definitely fly, though. See, my case says, fly high, indoor freestyle, that new. Razzie B says, that's why I come here. Why? For flying? Look at all these people that want bench. Chris Higgins wants bench. Okay, that actually makes me feel a lot better, guys. Yeah, Kevin, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Reward yourself by flying between milestones on the bench. Yeah, that makes me feel better. I feel kind of bad when I do a lot of bench work because I'm like, ooh, you know, I don't read the chat very well when I'm doing that. What do you guys think? What do you guys think the over-under is on this battery that I left plugged in all fucking night? Dropping, we might be able to see now. On the charger, it charged it up to 4.2 per cell. If cell number 1 is dead, then it should have dropped a bunch of voltage already. So let's see. This might not have been quite enough time, but it might have been enough time. Oh yeah, cell 1 is dead. Hold on. I think it said 4.0. I couldn't see it. Hold on. Number 1, 4.02. Oh, okay. Number 2 is 4.04. I pulled it off the charger early, so maybe it's okay. I gotta leave it for. Well, here's the main test: is will it fit in the battery bay anymore now that it's all poofy? Yeah, it might. It might. I mean, I need the transmitter to fly anyway, so it's going to get used for a little bit at least. Come on, get in there. All right. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Nope. Oh, God. Maybe, oh, I mean, it does close. But it ain't happy. It's bowing up in the middle here. Well, I mean, I need it, so it's going to be in there for a bit. One of the other things I like about ELRS is you don't have to plug directly into it in order to get it to run full power. It'll run at full power through the JR bay, whereas the Crossfire Lite, if you want it to run at full power, you got to plug it in individually, and I just keep leaving the damn thing plugged in, and it's just not, you know, plugging the module in directly is not in my like normal workflow. So Apache says fly the bench. I'll put motors on the actual bench and fly it around the room. Rob Axelson says bench work only if you finish something. Well, I mean, then no bench work ever. Kevin Sumner says nix that battery. You don't need it blowing up in your hands. I mean, if it doesn't, if the voltage doesn't dump on that cell, I've flown in quads batteries that I've discharged down to nothing like that for months and months and months, and they've been totally fine. And they don't blow up. They just yeah, they just eventually start sagging too much. So I'm not really worried about that. I've not... Typically, for me, when batteries have blown up, it's when they've taken physical damage. The only time batteries have ever blown up, come to think of it, is when they've taken physical damage. All that being said, the next time I do an order, I will be buying another one of those transmitter batteries for sure. But this one might be like a backup at some point. Gonna risk your house charging that battery. So I charge in LipoSafe bags. So yeah, even if that battery explodes, it'll be fine. 5-inch through the apartment, envy the bird says. Put a switch between the plug, Rob Axelson says. What's that mean? What's that mean? Let me figure out what the hell is going on with this toothpick, man. It's got no video. I gotta figure out what's going on with... Anybody in the chat have one of these diamond DVR VTX all-in-one things? This thing needs to come apart. The biggest problem is there's no video. So the canopy needs to come off again. Maybe the ghost antenna can stay. Let's see. Let's get this canopy off and see what the hell is going on with this. Because I would like to fly this at Maggie's because it's nice and quiet. I was hammering the ripsqueak up and down her street yesterday, and I was like, man, this thing makes a little bit of noise. Like, nobody that's like not an asshole would ever get pissed, but you know, there's a lot of assholes. So somebody will probably say something. All right, here we go. Just spinning these guys back in so that they don't, because they're kind of compressing the hell out of these rubber grommets right now. Okay, all better. So, is the video line from the camera to the VTX the problem? What the hell happened here? Why did this come up and off? Or is the camera not getting power? If these camera manufacturers would just put a little LED on the camera that turns off and on when it does or doesn't get power, then I would know. But they don't. So here we are. First and foremost, let's make sure that the video line is connected to the right pad. What the hell was I doing when I soldered this up? Looks terrible. So, what? The silk screening on this board is not great. Okay, so there's out. So that pad is marked out. So that should be video out. And that goes through that wire up to the VTX. Alright, so that's good. And I think, if I remember, well, I'm going to check it. Let me see. What I want to check is whether or not there is OSD. If there's OSD, then the VTX is fine. And the flight controller is fine. The video lines in the flight controller are fine. So let's check that first. No, let's look it up. It's fine. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da! Why is it on R5? We've got OSD, so the camera is the issue. Let's check the pad. Really? You're fully charged and you're going to start beeping already? What the? Rob Axelson says, if you watch the stream when you installed that VTX, we all said it was a piece of shit. Yeah, I know that it's a piece of shit, but it's the only way that it's such a slick way of getting DVR, and I don't know of a better one that also will give you a DVR like this. So it's a necessary evil. Okay. So it's on that pad there. What's that pad called? Well, you know, putting it on the video pad rather than the LED pad. Top tip from your boy, CiottiFPV. Always run your camera's video into the video pad. Don't run it into the LED pad. It will not work. In fairness, I don't know how I can put a positive spin on this. the pads are silk screened like below, and ever since I've been soldering to this AIO, that's been like weirding me out. I feel like the silk screening should be above the pads for some reason. Maybe that's how most of them are, I guess. But yeah, on a couple of occasions, I've almost soldered to the wrong pad on this AIO because the silk screening is below rather than above. And on this occasion, I did make that mistake. So this will be a quick fix. That's I'm fine with that. Let's get some flux on the correct pad and some flux on the video line sitting on the LED pad. If you're ever building and nothing's going right, just remember, even Ciotti can't build worth a shit, and he's done it hundreds of times for 5 years. And he has mild OCD and generalized anxiety disorder, all things that make him pay more attention than most people. And still, he can't do it right. Basically, what you want to remember is it's not you. You're not the problem. FPV is the problem. 18 different manufacturers that refuse to conform to any standardization whatsoever is the problem. It's not you. It's them. All right. LED pad is now free in case, I want to put some LEDs on here. Let's tin the VIN, video in pad. And then, I don't know, maybe we'll put the video in onto that pad. Is that how you build quads, guys? What do you think? Is that what I should do? Or should I put it back on the LED pad and bitch and moan when it doesn't work again? It's not you. It's not you. Just remember that. I'm serious too. Like, this is like it's just so dumb that we continue to build these things. It's like, oh god, it's just intolerable. Building quads is like the next Guantanamo Bay torture fucking method. You know what I mean? Guys, this is gonna be. I got a big thing. I accomplished something great in my life. I built a toothpick, and there's gonna be video. Guys, there's gonna be video now. Wow! I troubleshot this for 6 months. Now there's gonna be video, guys. Oh my god! Wait until you see. You won't be able to see. Only I'll be able to see. But there's gonna be video. Oh. Is there somebody that I can kick off? Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Hide user from channel. Bye-bye. Roboxes says, 20x20 board DVR. It's not integrated, but it's better. Yeah, but it won't fit. Roboxes says, HDLRC, your favorite, makes it 20x20. Yeah, I can't do that, though, guys. 20x20 ain't going to work. This build is 25.5 by 25.5. I can't. This is going to be wild. I'm going to put goggles on. I'm going to plug it in, and there's going to be video. Wow! Instead of no video. Jesus. Video! Wow! What a goddamn donkey. What kind of an idiot I swear to God, Fat Shark, I'm gonna fire you across the fucking room if you don't stop beeping with a fully charged effing battery. Ooh, it just throws in that one extra beep. It's just like a, no, fuck you. Ooh! Stop it! Stop beeping! God damn it. I'll turn them off. That'll stop it from beeping. I love you so much, Fat Shark, but Jesus Christ. What did you do? Like, what did they even do in the goggles to make them just randomly beep so often when the battery is not even remotely dead? It's been a ranty live stream. It's because I'm hungry. I get angry when I'm hungry. I refuse to say the word hangry. It's kind of played out. Hey, Maggie flew for the first time yesterday. I put her on. So for Christmas, I rounded up a couple of brushless whoops, a Beta FPV light radio, a bunch of batteries, a bunch of replacement stuff. I put together like a little starter pack, right? And I gave it to her and the kids. And I very specifically said, I was like, look. I said, look. This is not me saying, like, you guys should fly. This is all stuff that I had. I didn't buy any of this. No pressure there. What this is if anybody in this family wants to fly, here you go. Here's how you start. I can teach you, or I cannot teach you. If you just want to play with it on your side, on your own, it's totally cool. Love that for you. If you want me to teach you, I would love that too. But no, no expectations. And I'd been fighting with the one old ass Crazy Bee board to try to get it up and running. And I finally got it yesterday. I finally got it figured out. And I was like, yo, look, Maggie. And Maggie had said a couple times like, oh, I would love to try. It'd be super fun. So I happened to have one PH 2.0 battery charged. And I was like, hey, here, look. So I put her line of sight, and I just said, all right, just do the throttle. Just focus on the throttle. Try not to hit the ceiling, try not to hit the floor. And we spent one I stood next to her, and I was on the pitch and roll stick to keep it from, bouncing around the room. And, yeah, she flew a battery. Line of sight, just playing around with the throttle. And she was like, yeah, I like this. So Maggie is a bird watcher. She loves watching birds, and birds fly. So there's a little bit of an interest there, which is kind of cool. Not specifically, but you guys know what I mean. Don't mind me. I'm just picking the shards of black fake vinyl off of these. If you have these, if you use the Fat Shark fake vinyl pad thing here, and the black stuff starts to peel off, you can pick it off, and after you've picked it off, it's great, but it does take some time. But yeah, I've picked most of it off on these. Here, you can kind of see it. All right, so this is where I've picked it off. Logitech, I'm gonna just light your whole family on fire. There's where I've picked it off. Here's where I'm picking it off currently. I give up. You can't see it. You guys know what I mean, though. I should stop doing this, shouldn't I? I'll do this tonight when I start rewatching The Expanse, I think. Okay, stop doing it. Stop it. Just a little bit more. Just this one little bit. No. Stop doing that. Stop. Don't do any more. Don't do anymore. Stop it. Stop it. Stop doing it. Is this just me? Does this happen to anybody else? Stop. 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 Stop it. Stop doing it. Stop it. It's just me. Okay, okay. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Hold on. It's just me, isn't it? Breaking news. CiottiFPV claims the birds can in fact fly. Maggie's kids are going to be out flying Vano V. Espander says, where's your shiny new Mac? It's right there. It was faster to fund it than it is for you to start using. Yeah, I know. It's been very busy. I split half my time at Maggie's with the kids. So when I'm here, I try to like charge through as much stuff as possible. There's been a lot of FPV stuff going on lately. This computer streams fine. So yeah, it's been like lower priority to get the new computer up. It'll get done. It's just gonna take time. The last thing that I want is to get the new computer up and then I have all kinds of technical issues and it's just a mess. Rob Axton says fat thumbs. Jorgermeister says the beeping on your Fat Sharks is from wire/plug being worn on the battery. Wiggle the wire and it will do it. That's interesting. There are actually two. So I use the FPV Geek external switch. So the onboard barrel plug does have a little bit of wiggle to it. Interesting. I'll play around with that next time it's bitching and moaning at me. These barrel plugs kind of suck, man. I wish they'd gone with any other connector. Like, oh, I don't know, maybe a balance plug that we use in our entire hobby. Donkeys. Barrel plug. Who uses a barrel plug? What is this, 1902? What is this, ground-based RC? CMY says, happy to help you get the Mac up and running. You'd have to come here, CMYK. It's just a lot of like finding all the buried passwords and programs and shit that I use on the old computer. I don't necessarily think anybody can help me per se. It's just time. I just have to spend time doing it. I'm also I'm trying to combine 6 hard drives into 4. There's just a lot of like admin-y kind of shit that I need to get done. There's nothing fancy that needs to get done. I just have to put time into it, and time is just the one thing that's been in very short supply lately. I appreciate it though. Jeff Captain FPV says, I spent hours in my yard pulling up weeds when I was only doing one to begin. Yeah. Paratest Weasel says, nope, it's just you. We're all OCD proof. We make these damn things fly and fixing them to do it over and over and over again. Yeah, so true. Okay, well, what a troubleshoot that was. Okay. So the toothpick will fly. I know the next problem that I'm gonna have is the DVR being all weird. Apparently, you got to put like specific firmware on the DVR to get it to like record for more than 60 seconds or something like that. It talks about it in the manual, so might as well just knock that out because I'm sure that's going to be something that instantly bites me in the ass. So let's throw it back together here. And alright, well, let's get that screwed in a little bit further. Okay. And basically, to update the firmware on it, you just have to put like a specific file on the memory card that you put into it. Or, as Jeremy Clarkson would say, you put an specific file. If any of you Top Gear fans, have you guys ever realized what Jeremy Clarkson does with a and an? I'm just gonna leave it there. I'm not gonna say any more because I'm interested to know if I'm the only one that's ever picked up on that. And if you have no idea what I'm talking about, that's not surprising. It's a pretty deep cut from Top Gear. All right, so the Ghost antenna is all up in the air, and I'm pretty sure I got Ghost. I'm assuming that I got Ghost bound. Pretty sure that I did. Look at that little sexy buddy. Whee! Envy of the Bird says you can just use the Mac Migration Assistant too to move a lot of the stuff. Just kind of works. I don't think I can because the desktop is on a 6-year-old OS. That's the most recent OS that it can run. But even if I could do the Migration Assistant, I don't want to. I want to do fresh installs of everything. The tower has been around for so long that I don't want like old weird versions of stuff or like old caches to screw me over. I just want to start totally fresh over. I've played that game a bunch of times back when I was more into computers, and it was just a nightmare. S. Gray says, "Don't blame him. He's British." So he on purpose uses as often as he can remember. He being Jeremy Clarkson. He reverses a and an. So he'll say like when it's singular, he'll say like an if you're talking about a tire, like untire instead of a tire, and he'll say like an tire instead of a tire, which I just think is the most hysterical thing ever. I don't know why, but. So here's a battery. We're going to put that battery under this quad. That's awkward. Who thought that putting a battery on the bottom would be a good idea? Certainly not anybody that flies freestyle. That's held in there pretty good. This rubber band is really strong. Stronger than I would have thought. This is a Talon 2S 300. It's probably going to not be quite enough for this, but maybe. I would like for it to be enough. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba! All right, let's see if it hovers. Or if it just flies to the moon. Get our little Ghost module here, whopped into the bottom of the mighty QX7. Look how good that looks. Look at that white on white. Ooh, ignore this battery trait. Look at that. Ooh. Ooh, come on now. You can't tell me that's not a big bucket of sex. Yikes. Hey, what was that beep? Oh, that was the module coming up. It's connected. What? Oh, I have a separate model for Ghost, right. All right. Hey, even better.
Low battery.
Come on now. Come on. Maybe I didn't do any setup on this AIO.
Reset.
Because it's not doing shit. Okay. I don't think I set this, I don't think I did any setup on this yet. Let's find out.
Telemetry lost.
Telemetry lost. That's what she said. Wait, no, she didn't. Okay, let's see. AIO is plugged in. Go. There we go. Where are we at here? Beta flight. Connect. Close. It's on 4.3. I'll bet you I just didn't. I bet you I put it on 4.3 just to get Ghost working, and then I didn't set modes or anything up. Let's calibrate the accelerometer. All right, that's good. Ports. There is a port. I wonder if I have it on UART1. We'll find out shortly. Configuration. Oh yeah, I didn't put a craft name in. I didn't set anything up. Yeah, arming is okay. So we're gonna have to do. Let's do a full setup real quick here. D-shot beacon. Let's turn that on. What are you doing with soft serial? What? What ports did I put stuff on? That is a question. So smart audio is on TX1, and then Ghost is on 2. Alright, so that's a definite problem. The ports tab is wrong. I don't think I need soft serial, so I'm going to turn that off. Leave telemetry on, air mode constant, I'm going to turn off. OSD is on, leave that. And save and reboot. What happened to the chat? The chat died. Are you guys all just working on quads? Or is everybody pooping? Oh, there's no motor protocol selected either. Let's fix the ports. We got UART2 for this, and then we got UART1 for... Oh man, God only knows what protocol this is on. I'm going to take a guess at TBS Smart Audio for the Happy Model Diamond. Probably be wrong, but we'll find out soon enough. Okay. Power and battery. Looks good. Presets. Oh, look at presets. God, I still have to play around with that. PID tuning. Oh yeah, I didn't even put my rates in here. All right. Let's put in a little throttle expo. We'll just do 20. Get it started. Pull this down to 0.4 is my guess at the throttle midpoint. Kevin Sumner, are you saying that it's TBS Smart Audio? The eSheen stuff is all Tramp Smart Audio. All right, this looks good. Let's go to receiver. See if we get some. See if we can get some moving bars. Got to move this over to tear.
Welcome to OpenTX.
Serial UART S bus. I don't think it should be on that. It should be on Ghosts. Okay. I think. Do I have it set on... I wonder if I had it set on Ghosts when I bound it. Come on, moving bars. Please, please. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. It's the little things. 1,000 stick low, 2,000 stick high, a little bit of deadband, and auto smoothing is on 30. All right, good to go there. And let's set some modes up. Arm, horizon, and 30 seconds, that's not very long.
Reset.
Beeper, going on aux 3 in the middle. Wait, no, not in the middle. All the way switch towards me. And then we've got a little bit of... Where'd it go? Air mode. And I want that like this. Although, I might as well do that. I can have no air mode in the middle because this is not a black box flight controller. This is a flight controller that does not have black boxes, is what I meant to say. Launch control for funsies. We'll put that in the middle. Great. And beeper mute. Pre-arm, camera control. Good to go. All right. What's up, propped up? All right. Motors. We are props out. We are going to go D-shot 300 because this is an F4, correct? Yeah, this is an F4, so we're just going to go D-shot 300. Motor idle, we're going to drop down to 5%. Bidirectional, we're going to turn that on. I agree. And save and reboot. Now we're going to go to... Yeah, oh, I can't do ESC configurator on this computer because it's too old. That is frustrating. I'm going to do that on the laptop, I guess. What else? What else? Let's come into the CLI, do a couple of CLI things. We're going to do get thrust. That's going to pull up thrust linear. We're going to copy thrust linear equals 0. And we're going to type set space paste, which drops in thrust underscore linear equals 0. And I'm going to move it to, let's just do 10. And then we're going to do get PID. That's going to find PID sum. And there it is. PID sum limit equals 500. We're going to type set. We're going to paste. PID sum limit 500 goes up to 800. And then for yaw, I'm going to move it up to 700. Set PID sum limit yaw equals 700. All right. Here we go. That should be pretty much everything. Let's come into the PIDs though and do a couple of quick things in the PID tab. PID sum transition all the way up to 1. Averaging, we're going to do 2 point. I think that's the right thing for Ghost. And then let's get the dynamic damping gain and advance up to 50. Anti-gravity will put up to 5. I-term relax will drop down to 10. Oh, that's right. Thrust linearization is in here already. Throttle boost 5, motor output limit 100. Yeah, that'll work because it's only on 2S. Dynamic idle value. I'll show you guys how to set dynamic idle. Come into motors. And nope, I'm gonna have to update the ESC first. So let me do that. I'm gonna have to do it on the laptop. So just bear with me here.
Telemetry.
Oh, I gotta get the laptop out. Come at me now. Who's building? And what are you building? Chat, what are you guys building? I know some of you fuckers are building right now. What are you building? Let us know. Tell us. Tell us things. Okay. Alright, let's get this fucker on. Wait a second. Did it play the Blue Jay song when I plugged it in? Ah, I already did it! Look at me! Okay, we're good. We're good. I don't need a laptop. Man. Is there any bounds to how great your boy CiottiFPV is? Why is this on? You turn off.
Still connected.
Look at me! Okay, so we're good. Motors, here's how you set your dynamic idle value. Ideally, you should do this with the props off, but it's just a toothpick, so we should be okay. But I am going to keep an eye on it and make sure it doesn't try to fly away. Oh, it's not going to spin this right rear because the thing is right by it. All right, so this isn't going to be the best way of doing this, but we'll just do it anyway. I'm just going to do this from one motor. So my motor idle percentage is 5%. So what that's the equivalent of that in here is 1050. These go from 1,000 to 2,000. So 1050 is the same thing as 5%. So I'm going to raise this motor 1 up to 1050, and then I'm going to read what the RPM says. Oh, it's so nice and quiet. So the RPM is dithering between 2600 is the lowest I've seen, and 2800. There is a 2800. So 2600 to 2800, if you average that out, it's 2700. Just So you really want to do this on all 4 motors, but the one motor is blocked here, so I'm just going to do it on 3 of the 4 motors. So we'll do the same thing here on motor 2, which is not blocked. Bring it up to 1050. And now what are we getting? I saw 2500. It's hanging out in 2600. It'll probably touch 2700. So the average on this one is 26. And then I'm going to skip motor 3 because it's blocked by the USB. And we're going to jump up to motor 4. And do the same thing. Move it up to 1050. And 2700, 2800, 27, 28, 27, 28. Okay, so roughly 2700 is the best sort of average. 2700, right? So you remember that. Remember 2700. You take the last 2 zeros off. 2700 becomes 27. And then you take 80% of 27. So you go 27 times 0.8 equals 21.6. So there it is. 21.6, call it 22. Come in here to PID tuning. Put 22 into your dynamic idle value. And now you're good to go. That's how you set your dynamic idle. Cell count, profile switching, absolute control, integrated yaw. Alright, we're looking good. These PIDs are really low. Stock PIDs are very, very soft, but we're going to leave them because toothpicks have a really hard time. We will jump into the filters, though, and just give them a little bit of love. RPM filter is on. Looks like I've already come in here and worked with these a little bit. I'm going to turn the gyro filters off. That's a little aggressive. That might bite me in the ass, but and I'm going to move the D-term filtering up to 1.2. Usually I'm okay doing that. CMYK is still working on that flight controller pin. Alright, well, this should hover.
Telemetry lost.
I think, right? Let's find out. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba!
Telemetry recovered.
Ya-da-da-da-da-da!
Battery.
Quit out of beta flight. Let's see what happens. It armed! So the safe first time you fly a rig procedure, put it down on the ground, far away from you, and really quickly, arm, disarm. Motors will spin up for a second, and then they'll die. Now, you arm it for like 1/1000, and you disarm it. Nothing bad happened. No fire, didn't fly across the room. Now you just arm it, and you just wait. You just watch it. Watch for any weirdness. No weirdness. Nice and smooth. No jitteriness. No grinding nonsense. Nice and smooth. Good to go. Disarm. Now, you're staying away from the throttle switch. Next thing you're doing is you're going to arm it, and you're going to use the right stick. You're going to push it forward, make sure it does what you want it to. Pull it back, make sure it does what you want it to. Right, make sure it does what you want it left. Don't touch the throttle. Forward, be ready to disarm. Forward, good. Back, good. Right, good. Left, good. Might as well do a little yaw. Yaw left, good. Yaw right, good to go. Now is when you can finally touch the throttle. What you want to understand is when you touch the throttle, the PID loop becomes active. If there's some weird vibration going on, when you raise the throttle, it's going to go bananas. So this is now the point where it becomes really sketchy. So now's when you just, really carefully raise the throttle. Be ready to disarm. Have a finger on the disarm, on the arming switch. Yeah, so we got some weirdness for sure. Okay, so here's what happened. I started to add throttle gently, and it gently took off. I continued to add gentle throttle in like a slow, steady movement, and it went and it got excited. It crossed an RPM where there are vibrations. And those vibrations fed back into the system, and that made it kind of jump up. That's not good. But let me just take another quick second to kind of play with that. That's the kind of stuff you're looking for. Anything like uncommanded, anything out of the ordinary. Oh, let me get rid of this bot. Okay. All right, here we go. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, no, there's an issue. Yep. Oh, it's also moving around on yaw. It's doing uncommanded yaw movements. Oh, it was on, okay. It was on... We've got more problems than we first thought. So, it was on horizon mode. As soon as I switched it to acro, it went and bashed into the ceiling. When it's on horizon, it's not really running the... Well, wait, no, I know. Angle doesn't run the PID loop. Oh, I forget what horizon... I think it's not on the PID loop when it's in horizon. So now we gotta do that all again. Now it's in acro mode, and we're gonna arm it, disarm it. Arm it, wait. Okay. Bump it forward. Good. Left, right, back. Okay. Now I'm gonna touch the throttle, and it's probably gonna rock into the ceiling again. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, so at like 20%-ish throttle, it's feeding back into itself and it's taken off. So easiest thing to do is put all that filtering back in. Make sure I didn't bend any props. Props look fine. As long as the throttle's down, you can play this little game. Alright, so let's really quick plug in. We'll put all that filtering back in. And we'll see if that helps. Beta flight. And connect. PID. Filter settings. Okay, bring this back down to 1. And then we're going to turn the gyro low passes back on. Hold on. Let's just reset all the way. There we go. Whoa, when I reset it, it leaves this off. That's interesting. Huh. But I think it was just both of these. And then I'm going to kick the dynamic notch filter up to 2. And what's the default Q factor? I feel like this is maybe the right default Q factor. Okay. Let's see how that does. Wow, that's disappointing. I can't believe that it's getting upset with even that very low amount of PIDs. Let me power cycle it too while I'm at it. That's damn.
Telemetry lost. Telemetry recovered.
Let's see if that's any better. It didn't catch on fire yet, so you know, that's good. Now one arm. What? What the hell? What? Arm, yo! Let me throw the goggles on and see what the arming flag is. Oh, I don't have video anymore. Oh, no, there's video. Oh, this thing is acting weird. Flight controller is like stuck. It just says battery full. It's not, sometimes they just like boot up and don't work right.
Telemetry lost.
Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da! Alright, now it should be better.
Low battery.
Let's try plugging and unplugging it yet? Nope. Hey, there it goes. Alright. Something's going. Oh, I've got too much. I've got too much CPU. I wish I could show this to you guys. No, it's never gonna happen. Jesus Christ, come on, man. Yeah, there's too many. The computer is. I'm asking it to do too much. It's the flight controller is overloaded. You can tell because it draws the Betaflight logo like really small, really slowly, and then it like erases it really slowly. So I've just I'm asking too much of the little F4 processor. So I can either overclock it to 120, or I can take some of the filtering out. And
Telemetry recovered.
I don't know. Let's see where the cycles are at. Let's see what kind of CPU load it has sitting on the bench. 53%. Yeah, it's too much. All right, so let's come in here to PID tuning. And let's actually try this. Let's turn off RPM filtering. And we're going to turn the dynamic notch filtering up to 6. 6 dynamic notches. Let's save that. I'm very tempted to turn these gyro low passes off. But, yeah, because this only brought me down to 48%. What happens when I turn those off? 48, 49% becomes 40%. Okay, yeah, I know we're really not... We're like barely using these gyro low passes anymore. So let's try that. Let's just let the dynamic notch do its thing. Bidirectional D-shot is going to get turned off here as well. Save and reboot. Okay. That brings the CPU load down to 33%. Let's see how that is. That's a kind of a weird thing to do. RPM filtering is God, admittedly, but there's been some interesting black boxes on smaller rigs, i.e. tiny whoops, where RPM filtering ain't working all that well. So yeah, let's see. Let's see what. See what's what. All right, and now you're gonna treat it like a loaded gun again. Quick. Anytime you make filter changes, you want to be really careful. All right, slowly raising the throttle. Whoa, okay, way worse. Way worse. Man, that thing, that just really went all in all at once. Jeez. Yeah, that is much worse. Let's put that gyro low pass filtering back in, just out of sheer morbid curiosity. All right. Come on. Come on. There we go.
Telemetry recovered.
These are nice, smooth running motors. This is not a mechanical issue. Well, it actually is a mechanical issue. These toothpick frames are so lightweight and so kind of bendy that they have a really hard time. So, all right. Oh, what the hell? The dynamic notch... Okay, here's the problem. The dynamic notch filter did not save at 6. It was down at 3, which is no good. So... That. What the hell? I just typed 6. Why is it switching it back to 5? Don't do that. What? Come on. What are you doing? Oh, 5 is the max. I thought you could go up to 6. Alright, that's fine. Alright. A lot of filtering going on here, man. Holy hell. Alright, let's give it a shot. Damn, disappointing. Wow. Okay. This is wild. I can't believe it needs this much filtering. Jesus. How fucking wobbly are these arms? They don't feel that wobbly. My God. Is anything pushing up against the AIO? No, it's clean. Okay, on the bottom. Moves around just fine. Wow. Wild. Okay, let's see. Let's give this a shot. Hold on. Oh, it's a mess. Oh, it's a mess. It's not running away, so it's a little better, but it is a hot mess. So what I'm doing is I'm moving the throttle around as much as I can to get it into different vibration, to get the motors to spin different RPMs, which moves them around in different frequencies. And there's a bunch of different frequencies where it's feeding back into itself and just like and just freaking the fuck out. So yeah, I mean, this is I can't add much more filtering than this. So basically, as I go, so there were a couple of full throttle blasts in there, and so when I go full throttle, it's clean. And then I come down off the throttle, and the motors spin back down. And as they spin back down and cross into these frequencies where there's too many vibes, it's getting into the... Yeah, it's making it get angry. So... Yeah, I know there's a lot of tuning issues with these TP3 frames, and I know you have to back down the PIDs quite a bit, typically, to get them to fly right. And I gotta be honest, I'm really not willing to do that. I'm gonna do it real quick just to kind of show you guys what I mean. But... yeah, this is not great. This is an older AIO, so it's not the most clean electrically.
Low battery.
That's for sure. It does have a capacitor on it, but you can't really put much of a capacitor on these. So yeah, I mean, and the PIDs are not in a place where they're all that aggressive right now either. But just for the sake of showing you this, let me pull these PIDs down, and it'll probably clean that up. So we're going to pull them down to 0.8. I don't usually use the sliders, but jitter reduction, smoothness averaging. Yeah, no, this is a vibration issue. Throttle boost, dynamic is off. Okay. Just for the sake of showing you, I mean, this is now going to leave this rig in a place where like flight performance is going to more than likely be shit. Maybe not. Maybe it's so lightweight that it won't be bad. But I've been building rigs for a long time. I built quite a few of this style rig, and so that's where that guess kind of comes from. But you never know. But so just to show you, should be a little bit better now, but it's still going to be still probably going to be not great. I want an arm. It's arming, but it's not spinning the props. What the hell? Man, this thing is... Oh, it just browned out. Oh, what the fuck is going on here? AIO might have just died. I think the AIO just shit the bed. Or the battery's dead, maybe? But, I mean, I only hovered the battery for 3 seconds. Let's swap the other battery in. Hopefully the AIO just died so that I can get frustrated and just say, fuck toothpicks for life. Get rid of this. Alright. The bigger battery I'm putting on it is going to change things a little bit. As you add weight, it actually helps sometimes with the them vibes. Alright. Here we go. Okay. Let's see if the AIO just blew up or if the battery is just dead.
Low battery.
I think that battery was just dead. Where's my little checker? Oh yeah, the battery went dead. Oh god, 2.74, 2.96. Got it! Hey, we're back. Okay. Let's see if this is a little bit better. Nope. Oh yeah, it is better. Still not good though. Ooh, it's got some power though. God damn. Hold on. Let me go fly this. It's still unacceptable, but I'm curious how this is gonna fly. Let me throw something on for you guys to watch real quick. I'll be right back. I'm very curious how this flies. And all of the vibration problems are down below the hover point, which is actually somewhat flyable. So hold on, I gotta restart OBS. It's I lost audio in OBS. Be right back. It's gonna pinwheel for a second. Hold on. All right, we're back. Good call, Kevin. This monitor might not pick anything up, or it might pick something up. Go up to. Well, shit. I don't even know what channel it's on. Oh wait, I wonder. Let's see if smart audio works. And by let's, I mean me. I'll figure it out. Nope, smart audio ain't working. What the hell was that? I just lost video. What the hell is going on here? This thing is acting real weird. I think this flight controller might be jacked. I gotta just go through the channels. Oh, that was 29. Maybe 28 is the right channel. Ah, shit, that was the one. That was 36. Get back up to 36. There we go. Oh, what? What the hell? Oh yeah, this thing is fucked. Let me just take it outside and see what's up. Be right back. Oh my god, come on now. Is that gonna happen while I'm flying? It might just be, the DVR might just be, or the VTX might just be too hot. Be right back. Oh, this is a goddamn nightmare. Oh god, I'm falling over. Hits ain't that bad. How much of that could you guys see? Pits ain't that bad, but those, so there's a big, okay, so, hold on. Get this stopped here. So, flips and rolls are in control. There is enough PID gain, PID loop performance, let's say, to control flips and rolls, which is great. But that's easy. What I was when I was looking at myself, I was stabbing the throttle and then coming off the throttle. That is much harder to damp out. So like if you're starting to dial in a tune, the first thing that you can dial in is the ends of flips and rolls. With iTerm Relax, bounce back is kind of going to get crushed from that, and it's not so reliant on the PIDs. It is absolutely still reliant on the PIDs though. If the PID tune is really bad, you'll still get bounce back even with iTerm Relax. But iTerm Relax does a really good job of covering that up. And that's what we're seeing here. iTerm Relax is covering up any bounce back that might be at the ends of flips and rolls. When I was doing those throttle stabs, specifically in its own wake, in its own dirty air, and it's giving you that big vibration, that has now become what we tune out, essentially. And where the PIDs are now, which is basically as aggressive as I'm going to be able to get the PIDs, I think, on this rig, because I have the filtering kind of cranked all the way up. it ain't good enough, for me at least. It flies, and for somebody not putting their footage on the internet, this is potentially a rig that's done. But for me, that's not good enough. Flies alright, I guess. I don't know. It's got way too much up tilt. Yeah, I mean, I could absolutely pour a few hours into tuning this to get it a little bit more acceptable, but in my experience, a rig that has this hard of a time, especially with what I've done already, is never gonna fly all the way good. And if it does fly all the way decent, it's gonna be at the razor's edge, and if you bend a prop, you're gonna cook a motor or an ESC, or yeah. It's just gonna be a rig that you have to run absolutely fresh props on, and I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in rigs that are like that. So either I think the problem is twofold. My guess is this is one of the older AIOs that has a lot of issues with electrical noise. So that's a part of the problem. And I've just heard from everybody with TP3 frames that they're a bastard to tune. And I'm just not looking to go down that road. So what I've been talking about for a while now is moving this over into the AOS 3, or whatever the hell it is, Chris Rosser's toothpick frame. That is going to take out of the equation the potential, the wobbliness of this TP3 frame. And a frame swap on a toothpick is pretty easy. So that's what I'm going to do. Because I want to be on that frame anyway, because it's a new hot frame, and I can get some good, hype train value out of swapping that frame on. The TP3 frame has been out forever. Nobody cares about it anymore. Nobody is going to click one of my videos because it says TP3 frame. So, yeah, rather than pissing a bunch of time away on this, I'm going to stop here. It flies. If anybody wants to buy it, I'll probably sell it to you. But, yeah, I'm going to get this into the AOS 3 frame. And then we will continue the saga of the toothpick. Cool? Does that all make sense to everybody? Sort of that. What the fuck are these new neighbors? Yeah, I got new neighbors, and it's like wild. Like they have 2 little kids, and like the kids are like kicking the walls and shit. I'm like, dude, what do you do? Stop. Like, what? Don't, and like for the parents, like, don't let your kids kick the walls. Like, what are you doing? All right, let me get caught up on chat. It is 4:34. Oh my god, we only have half an hour left. I guess I'm not getting both ghost rigs up in the air. I promise you guys flying, but I do want to get caught up on the chat here. Kevin Sumner says Happy Model Diamond F4 is smart audio. Yes. He also says yes, TBS smart audio, not IRC Tramp. Awesome. Yeah, I didn't set the VTX table up on this toothpick. That's why I'm unable to change channel. Drangeroid says your goggles are not the issue. It's the battery connection. Can't say whether it's the connection or the battery itself. Mine do the same. Wiggle the barrel a bit. Usually stops beeping. It's definitely not the battery because it does this with 3 different batteries. I'm starting to think it's the barrel connection being wobbly. Graham P says, sat on my bed watching you on my television while setting up a Mobile 7. Sorry to say hello earlier. It's all good, Graham. Glad you're hanging. Kevin Sumner says, starting a tiny trainer build. Very cool. Schizophrenic FPV says, just finished putting a naked Runcam 5 Orange, wow, on a 250 to play with gyroflow. Interesting. Naked Runcam 5 Orange. Never thought about ripping one of those things apart. Max Whalen says, fixing quad parts meant for my second quad. Yeah, that happens. Whit Mead says, first time viewer here, regular JB viewer, so I figured I'd check out Ciotti. Just finished 2 builds and 2 repairs. Glad to have you over here, Whit. Hopefully you don't mind cursing, because I just can't stop cursing. Yeah, make yourself at home. Chat is filled with amazing people. If you want to talk directly to me in the chat, you got to type CiottiFPV and it'll light up an orange for me. But yeah, talk to the folks in the chat. That's one of the coolest things about this channel, in my opinion, is the guys that hang out, the little community of people that have, that enjoy watching me. Super smart, super talented, great pilots that hang out in the chat here. Yeah, take advantage of it. They also hang out over my Discord as well. 661FPV says, there are so many things I need to build out, but I just don't feel like it. Yep. I know that feeling. My build inspiration comes from waves, but not today. It's all good, man. Self-help day. Gotta have mental health days every once in a while. Even if you don't have mental health, you know, like diagnosed mental health issues like many of us do. It's called self-care. It's all good. Tomorrow's a new day. Envy the Bird says, not building, rendering some nice mountain diving cinematic footage of my vacation in St. Lucia. Very cool, Envy of the Birds. That must be gnarly looking. Corey Gamble says, 6S Badger with T-Motor F60 stack, Brother Hobby 2507, 1500 kV, Crossfire Diversity Nano HD0. This is a cool sounding build. Ramdanko says, I'm sewing, making curtains. Oh, shit. Okay. CMYK says, making a spacer out of an old spudger so I can get this FP flight controller pin straight. Yeah, man, when you bend those pins, oh boy, there are not many things that fit into those connectors to straighten those pins back out. It is, yeah. I think I've only done it twice, but the second time I did it, I was just like, never again. I'm never being reckless about plugging these Molex connectors in ever again. Espander says, not building, but filming my stick springies. Is that a word? In slow-mo to see how they bounce, so that's fun. 661 says, Rasa recommends gyro 1 off, then gyro slider to 2.0, which sets gyro 2 to 1,000 hertz. You know, that's a thing with tiny whoops, too. Let's try that, because with these small rigs, there's some weird harmonic. And also, over-filtering a rig can cause arguably just as many problems as under-filtering a rig. So let's give that a quick try. Okay, I think you guys can see my screen, right? Yeah, there we go. And pit tuning, and let's come on over here. Let's kick the gyro 1 off, and then we'll push this all the way up to 2.0 to put that gyro low pass 2 at 1,000. Let's see how that does. All right. Give it another chance at behaving. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Bring you guys back. Oh, nope. There we go. All right, little buddy. You gonna act better or worse? Still bad. It's actually worse. Oh, wow, it's way worse. Wow, it's way worse. Jeez. Okay, yeah. It was actually starting to do uncommanded stuff, which it wasn't doing before. So, yeah, it's almost certainly got an electrical noise issue, because this is, like I said, an older AIO board. which they're notorious for having. And again, the TP3 frame is a frame that is commonly talked about being a little wobbly. TP3 frame was designed to be absolutely as light as possible, like no holds barred. That was the top of the list of priorities. So not super surprising, but also not something that I'm really interested in pouring a bunch of time into. So yeah, we're gonna go over to the AOS 3. I think it's called the AOS 3, right? That's what Chris named it. Hold on, I want to get this one battery plugged in and get the current or the oh, I'm just gonna. All right, I can't deal with this. I gotta go yell at the neighbors. Hold on. Yo! It's just me. Like, don't let your kids bash on the fucking walls if you live in an apartment. Oh, now they're doing it more. Okay, stopped. Jesus Christ on a cracker. Espander says, put some damping grease on my throttle and I didn't like it. Ooh, yeah, no. You don't want damping grease on your throttle. It's too sticky. You want like a regular grease that's plastic safe on your throttle, or no grease at all. I actually take the grease completely off and run it dry. The only problem, that's what she said, the only problem with running your throttle dry, that's what she said, is eventually it'll get a little bit sticky, so you got to go in there and clean it off. But I've been worried that the grease that I put on there is going to eat into the plastic, so it's safer to run it dry. That's what she said, and just clean it every once in a while. T-Bird says, just finished working today in Clemson. Shoot 5 locations in 4 hours. Jesus. Photos and videos, GPS and FPV is tricky because TRF around stadium. Sounds like a fun challenge, though. That's dope. Nobody lives upstairs, Northern Tier. I'm on the top floor. Jeff, Captain FPV, says, you asked what we are doing, so I'm laughing with you while I'm trying to cram HD0 into an HDLRC Race Swoop 30 I won over Christmas in FPV Builders Facebook group. That's a cool little project, Jeff. Quadzimoto says, changing Cinesplorer OG ducks, building RVS Creamer V2 with DJI and Troubleshooting Glide from Hard Crash this morning for video. Rob Axelson says, sorry, I'm back. CMYK says, still no power on the flight controller after the pin wiring harness swap. I think also I'd check with a multimeter or she toasted. Try to get the multimeters into that to see if what's coming out of those pins, or hack up a wiring harness. You got to figure out what's coming out of those. I think the pin that you bent is on the ESC, right? So you got to figure out what's coming out of those pins. Because, yeah, you might have... Yeah, that's the next step, I think. Abraham says, not positive, but I'm pretty sure I heard they changed the way CPU allocation is displayed differently in 4.3, that you don't need to worry about the old adage of aim for 30% or less. That is true, Abraham. They did change it. I don't know how they changed it, but yeah, it seems like 50% is the new number. Like if you're above 50%, it's going to be problematic. But it seems to be if you're below 50, you're good. Don't quote me on that. That's just a guess. Remy Tim says, Abraham, that's correct. Is this on 4.3? But yeah, on 4.3, you don't need to worry about CPU usage until you get to 60 or 70%. Interesting. Yeah, this is on 4.3, and when we were above 50, it was a hot mess. So, Max Whalen says, sounds like you're in need of an AOS T3. So that's what he's calling it. He's calling it AOS T3. That makes sense. Remy Tim says, this is on 4.3. Could you try 4.2, see if that helps? I could but I've been running 4.3 for a long time, and I've yet to have a rig that I was having issues on 4.3 that were cleaned up by going back to 4.2. So I'm hesitant to do that. I want to swap the frame no matter what. This is a moment where I'm trying to weigh how much time I spend on it, how much time I waste on it. There's very little value to getting this thing, to spending a bunch of time to get this thing running on the TP3 frame when I'm going to switch it over to the other frame anyway. So, yeah, I think I'm going to stop fucking around with it in this frame and just wait until I move it over. Yeah. Rob Oxison says, time for these manufacturers to send you new components to the Micro King. Yeah, I mean, this is a very small channel. I don't blame them for not sending me stuff. It's fine. You know, I also review shit pretty harshly. So, again, I don't blame these companies for not sending me stuff. It's fine. You know, I would much rather not get free stuff for them and just focus on making good content for you guys and finding more good quality viewers. And then just buy, like we always do, you know, buy stuff and then review it dead ass honest. That way there's no chance of me pulling punches because it was sent to me for free. That being said, if a company wants to send me free shit, I always tell them, like, hey, I'm going to review this fairly, but if it's not up to par, I'm going to talk about that. So, and yeah, I mean, I'm sure that's turned some companies off. Because, like, I'm bringing it up, you know, like, I'm specifically bringing it up very early in our conversations. So, yeah. But that's fine. That's the way it should be, in my opinion. I wish more reviewers were like that. If all reviewers were like that, it wouldn't be a problem, you know. So 661 says, just buzzed a Mavic with my toothpick. Heard it buzzing over me. I had to fly right up to it. Nice. I love messing with photography drones. Drainy Droid says, sounds better now. Kevin Sumner says, put it on the monitor. It was decent last time you flew outside a month or two ago. Nice. So I guess you guys can. That's right. I remember now. That's right. You guys had said that. YouTube just did the thing. Roboxon says, new hotness. Abraham says, I absolutely love 4.3 on my 5-inch rigs, but for real, when it comes to whoops and toothpicks, Emu and Quicksilver where it's at. Save several micros that I said would never fly well. Interesting. Den636 says, Steam longer. I got stream longer? Den636? I can't. I gotta go eat. Yeah, 10 minutes from now, this shit goes down, and I gotta go eat. This is a long stream. It's exhausting, man. I know it seems like I'm just hanging out and just sitting at my desk when I do these live streams, but like until you've done one, like, I mean, I guess you could just compare it to like any performance, like teaching a class or to some extent playing music, but it's a different, like, you're not taking questions and thinking and answering questions. You're just kind of like jamming as a musician. But there's potential of being like an audience, and there's a lot of stress involved. And that, yeah, like any performance-based stuff in front of a bunch of people, like it's just exhausting. And like at the end of a 2-hour stream, like I'm shot. I've been, so yeah, like by this point, like I'm approaching brain dead status. The 12-hour streams are just absurd. I mean, it's just absolutely absurd. So yeah, this going over 2 hours is no problem, but going overtime on a 4-hour stream just ain't gonna happen. Especially when, you know, we're sitting at like, I mean, to be super honest, like if it's a stream with a ton of people and like people are being super generous with super chats, like that's really motivating. But, you know, this is like a regular old live stream. And, you know, most of my streams, we get like $10, maybe $20 in super chats. We're sitting at $16 today. So, you know, not much motivation for me to go over 4 hours, and I'm hungry as shit. So sorry. Demenis says, started watching the second season of Raised by Wolves, and the first episode is called The Collective. Nice. CMYK says, got my second ripsqueak working. It was the TX RX switch every time. Nice. Yeah. What CMYK means is that he had the TX and RX wires reversed, which is just like a running joke. It's just really hard to... I don't know what it is. It's always wrong. It's not always wrong. It's wrong 50% of the time. But like even when you like specifically look at it and like, oh, I'm gonna get it right this time, somehow it's still 50-50. It's wild. It's really, it's like the Bermuda Triangle of quad building. YouTube's done the thing about 10,000 times today. I'm gonna pull the chat back over here closer to the camera. And in regards to the Emu Flight Quicksilver thing that Abraham was talking about, I've tried Emu Flight a bunch of times on rigs that are being unruly on Betaflight 4.2 and 4.1, and it's never ever gotten any better. It's only ever been exactly the same or worse. So I'm not in the camp of thinking that Emu Flight can do anything better than Betaflight. I am in the camp of the Emu Flight defaults are different. So, yeah, Emu Flight is going to perform differently. But for me, staying in Betaflight and just fiddling around with it a little bit has been better. And then Silverfish, Fire, Quicksilver, whatever the hell it's called, is acro only. So, I'm sorry, is angle mode only. So, doesn't do me any good because I'm acro only. Whitmead says, thanks for the warm welcome. Cursing makes you more relatable to me anyway. I've been in the hobby for almost 2 whole years, and I've built and rebuilt 16 quads so far. I get a rash of shit for cursing on these live streams, and yeah, I'm not gonna change who I am just because somebody can't handle someone saying fuck or shit or ass. You know, like, I think that people that can't handle cursing should figure out why. If it's because there's kids in the house, they should talk to the kids and say, hey, some people say bad words, you shouldn't. This person that live streams says bad words, but I like seeing his gangly face. Or I like, you know, the content that he produces or whatever. I used to say that as somebody without kids that had no frame of reference. But I've spent 6 months spending a lot of time with 2 amazing kids, and Maggie has had that conversation with them before, and it doesn't matter. Like, Maggie and I curse all over the place, and it's fine. So, yeah, I don't know. It kind of strikes me as this, like... The people that refuse to, like, it's all fine refusing to watch me because of the cursing. Like, I still think it's insane, and you're but the people who then go make it a point to come and like trash me in comments because of it, or like message me privately and be like, you need to stop cursing. Like, those are people who don't troubleshoot things in their lives. They expect everyone else around them to change so that they don't have to do anything. And that kind of comes from fear and laziness, in my opinion. Fear and laziness of like, no, I won't change, no. And, you know, these are also the people who, like, can't accept like trans kids, right? And shit like that. And I have a real big problem with that. Like that's, you know, like you can be lazy and just sit on the couch and not want to go get a soda, but when you're lazy and you expect other people to go out of their way, or you refuse to change your views that hurt other people, like, nah, man, now you're a shitty person, like, straight up. Like, that makes you a shitty person. Sorry, but, like, it does. Like, the world changes. And when changes occur that don't require, like, the trans thing is a perfect example of it. Like, human beings that are trans have no interest in you at all in their lives. They're not going to come to your house and rape you. They're not going to do anything to you. All they want to be is left the fuck alone. And all they're asking is that you allow them to live their lives, right? It's similar with LGBT stuff, right? Like, they're not asking anything from you. And the fact that you are not willing to respect pronouns and just respect their ability to live here on Earth with you, like, that's awful. Like, that's awful. And so, yeah, I don't know. We are ranty as a motherfucker today. Yeah. It's just, it's nuts, man. The human race is in a weird place right now, man. In a weird place. The sense of entitlement and the just lack of, I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. It's not. But maybe it's just me. It's definitely not. CMYK says, flight controller side pins bent the ground into the 5 volt, never got any smoke or pops. Yeah, not getting smoke or pops. Electrical components can fail so quickly and so silently that's... yeah, you need to get the multimeter out at this point, CMYK. You probably already are, but you're at a troubleshooting point where you got to just suck it up and get the multimeter out and just check everything. Check, you know what to do. S. Grace says, shouldn't ghosts have lower jitter reduction, like 3 to 5, and maybe try it with without dynamic idle? I can't imagine that the behavior that it's exhibiting. I could totally be wrong, but the way that I understand it, the behavior that it's exhibiting is not related to either one of those things. Dynamic idle only becomes active at 0 throttle, and that's not where the problem is. And jitter reduction would be all the way across the throttle band. This is happening at a specific frequency. It's every time I come below the hover throttle point is when it's happening. There's a consistency to it. And that consistency is what's kind of guiding me towards it being frame related or electrical related. So I can't. Those are really good thoughts, S. Grace, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not it. Glenn Burnett says, I'd try flashing Emu Flight on that toothpick. Yeah, I doubt that'll do anything. Emu Flight doesn't have any secret stuff. Emu Flight is just Beta Flight 4.1 with a bunch of the names changed. So, yeah. And I've been down that road time and time again. And yeah, I can all but guarantee that Emu Flight won't help at all. Random FPV says, you lanky, gangly, smexy bastard. Hope you're well, buddy. Have my babies. Deal, Random. Just kidding. I will not. I do not have the appropriate organs to do so. Abraham says, Quicksilver and Silverware both have excellent angle modes. I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard that. I have no interest, but I've definitely heard that. Random FPV says, I heard CiottiFPV say bottom once. I say bottom all the time. Bottom, bottom, bottom. Jackalope FPV says, I don't trust people who don't swear. Fuck them. Me too, Jackalope. Abraham says, my 3-year-old teacher pulled my wife aside and told us she was saying, what the fuck? Or he was saying, what the fuck? I laughed before I pretended to care. Good on you, Aber. 100%. 661 says, curse words aren't bad, it's how they are used that can be bad. Yeah, very true. Very true. You can say bad things without even using any curse words. That's what I tell my daughter. That's an amazing approach. That's, yeah. Demenis says, imagine getting a private message saying, stop cussing, LOL. Welcome, Demenis. Those are not the worst private messages that I get, either. Being, this is what I'll say. Being a public figure, and like, I'm like 0.01% of a public figure, right? Like not many, I'm super small potatoes, right? But I am technically like a public figure or whatever now. Man, do you get to see the worst part of society, some of the worst parts of society. I've worked in jobs where I've interacted with people for 20 plus years, but in the short time, a year and a half or so that I've been a public figure, or whatever the hell I am, whoo boy, oh man, people are just like the sense of entitlement, the stupidity, the like. It's wild. It is wild. Wild. I like, once a week, I'll read a message and just be like, really? You think it's okay to say that to another person on Earth? Or like, you think it's okay to say that to somebody that's producing free content for you to watch? Like, whoa, what? It's crazy. It is crazy shit, man. It's been a couple times that I've like copied and pasted them to the Facebook group, to kind of show examples of it. But then I just kind of decided at one point, like, that's not really fair. It's somebody saying something in a private message, and like, yeah, I mean, on one hand, it's like, well, it's a teachable moment and whatnot, and like, maybe if that person gets torched in front of a bunch of others, they won't be like an asshole to others. But yeah, I don't know. I just decided. I just kind of said like, all right, no, don't do that anymore. Whatever. Davey FPV says, came late today. Hope you're doing all right. I'm doing awesome, Davey. About to wrap it up, though. Remy Tim with a $9.99 super chat. He says, very well spoken. Thank you, Dan. Yeah, you guys get... the other reason that I'm okay with this being a small channel is that I would rather be surrounded by people that truly get it. And unfortunately, not many people do. But I just don't have the patience or the time or the willingness to be surrounded by people that don't get it. I just don't. I don't want that. And if that means that I can't be truly successful or whatever, or make a lot of money, that's fine. Life's not about making a lot of money. Life's about being happy and being surrounded by people that understand me and that make me happy and that hopefully I make happy. That's what matters. And the fact that somehow that has happened here, and I make enough to live. That's it, man. Like if this whole thing blows up and if FPV becomes illegal, or if the Patreon shrinks to a point where I just can't do this anymore, I'm okay with that. Like, this will be a period in my life that I lived like just my little dream of like doing something I love with people that I love, basically, and that's okay. I'll do anything I can to, not anything I can, I'll do what I can, what's appropriate to keep it going, but yeah, I mean, this has been a hell of a ride, and it's been a ride that I wouldn't give up for the world. So yeah, as I always say, like, I'll just keep going, just rock it till the wheels fall off. Graham P says, rage on you, or he said yippoo, but I assume that means you. What's that mean, Graham? Veritas, I guess maybe that's just a reaction to me being on an insane rant. Veritas Weasel says, hey bud, it's a proven fact, and this isn't a joke. The people that swear allow themselves to continue to work by blowing off steam by swearing. Those people who object are very weak. That's a little aggressive, but I agree with you. Whitmead says, I like this type of live stream. You're way more interactive than others. Thanks, dude. I try to be. You know, I've been watching live streamers for a long time, and there's a very specific type of live stream that I enjoy, and that's just, I haven't even had to try. That's just naturally what's kind of happened. So yeah. It helps that I'm smaller. It helps that I'm a smaller channel, because the chat isn't just the entire time. But even if the chat was nuts the whole time, like I've kind of set this up and, like, you know, hey, type CiottiFPV if you want me to read your comment, for example, right? Like, that changes things. Most live streamers are like, don't at me, like, don't at tag me. But yeah, there's a couple little subtle, pretty simple things that I kind of do to keep this as interactive as possible, and that's really important to me. That's kind of the whole point of live streaming. That's what I prefer about live streaming over edited content. It's not the only thing, but it is one of the big things that I prefer. I think that in FPV, like, there are so many little tiny details in everything that we do, that a live stream has a really, I think live streams are the best form of content or media or whatever the hell you want to call it for us, because yeah, somebody's saying like, hey, what prop should I run? It means nothing. Like you have to, and like, most people don't know enough to ask the right question. You have to already know a lot to know the right question, to know how to ask the question in the right way that gives the person potentially answering the question enough info to give you a good answer. And so yeah, I think there needs to be a lot more back and forth. Don't get me wrong, I love the videos that are, you know, review of a 2004 motor, but you have to know a lot to be able to get anything out of that review. If you don't know a whole lot, if you haven't been into it for a long time and really paying attention, then that review doesn't really mean a whole lot, because it's a review of a product on a very specific rig that's probably pretty different than your rig, flown by a pilot that probably flies pretty differently than you. And you start piling these things on, and quite honestly, most of the review videos are pretty useless to the majority of people because they don't fly the same, they don't have the same exact rig, and we have so many different parts and pieces that, yeah, there's just so many variables all stacked on top of each other. One thing to look out for is like the really short review videos. Like a really short review video, it's not going to impart any meaningful info. You want to look for the review videos that are 20-30 minutes long, like pretty much all of Joshua's. You know, Joshua's review videos are how all review videos should be. In depth, like cover as much ground as you possibly can. Stay objective. Explain that, you know, this is my experience and on this specific rig in this specific scenario. You know, Joshua does it right. What else we got going on here in the chat? All right, it's after 5. We're gonna get caught up on chat, and I'm gonna wrap it up. Abraham says, shit, I meant for that last one to say silverware / Quicksilver have excellent acro modes. Oh, no shit. I didn't know that they had acro. Learn something every day. Ramdonko says, I heard people who swear have a bigger vocabulary. Would not surprise me. Let's be honest. There's a specific... I think the problem is that the people that don't swear are... How do I say this? You guys know the people that don't swear. I'll leave it at that. You guys know who they are. Northern Tier FPV, not 100%, obviously, but 99% of people who don't swear are a very specific type of person. You know what I mean? Northern Tier FPV with a $10 super chat. He says, cheers, go get a pizza, Ripsqueak build soon. Yeah, we'll do the Ripsqueak tomorrow night. Tomorrow night we'll do the, tomorrow night, 8 o'clock Eastern. I'm going to take Joshua's time slot again, and we'll do the same thing, another 4-hour stream. We'll get the Ripsqueak going. It's here on the bench. Put it there as a reminder. Oh, I didn't fly. I hate to leave these batteries charged overnight again, but I'm gonna. We're gonna fly tomorrow night too. I'm gonna put these over here as well. Hey, has anybody that's seen me flying this 1S 75mm motor-to-motor freestyle rig, have any of you guys seen anything about the way that this flies that's better? i.e., is there any reason for me to rebuild this? This is the AIO that has the VTX that's failing. So these motors are direct soldered on, so I have to direct unsolder these motors. Desolder these motors. For me, it's a no. There's nothing that this rig does any better than the 65mm rigs. But I'm curious if you guys have seen anything in the flight footage of me flying this. It's easy to tell because it's the only frame with the blue on the bottom of the camera view. Have you seen anything, or have I not tested anything? Don't say range tests. That's stupid. It's a tiny whoop, for Christ's sakes. Or runtime tests. That's silly. I'm not going to put it back together, right? Is that going to break anybody's heart? Is there anything I haven't tested with this? It doesn't make sense. Lightweight inside, it needs lightweight over everything. Right? Anybody? I'm not going to put it back together. Does anybody want those T-Motor 0803s? 22,000s? Vum today. Ooh, another bot. Hide user from this channel. Smoother Groovin says, would you recommend using liquid electric tape on components like UFL, etc.? Not really, because liquid electric tape is a motherfucker to get off. Where I recommend using liquid electric tape is somewhere that you're never going to have to remove it. It's so sticky, and it just gets all up in the little crevices, and when you try to get it off, it's like, nah, man, I'm all up in here. On a UFL, what you want to use is welder. You can get it from Amazon. There might be a link down in the description. This is what you want for UFLs or any other situations where you need to remove it. This goes on, it's clear, just like liquid electric tape, but when you go to peel this off with your fingernail, it all comes off in one big chunk. It doesn't break up in the super annoying way liquid electric tape does. So yeah, I do. The other thing I like liquid electric tape for is because it's black, you can put it over LEDs. Like one of the things I'm going to start doing on all the working rigs is covering up all of the LEDs on like the flight controller, VTX, wherever, to make them a little bit more stealthy. And because I just don't use, like, it's nice and all every once in a while that there's a little flashing LED on the flight controller, and it's great that it flashes a sequence of things sometimes to tell you a warning code, but I don't know what the sequence of flashes is, so they're just there flashing away, just being stupid. So it's, yeah, I'm just going to be getting rid of it. So that's what I use liquid electric tape for. CMYK says PayPal. Oh shit. CMYK loves the live streams and wants to support them, so they keep on going. Come on. Email, come on. Hey, CMYK with a $14.20 PayPal live stream super chat. He says 420 blaze it. Deal, CMYK. Thank you, brother. Oh, my food sensitivity test results are sitting in my email. Oh, very cool. Maggie got me a man. I've my stomach issues have been around for a long time, and yeah, Maggie got me a little Everlywell test to see. Let's see if anything jumps out real quick. See if anything jumps out. This isn't my test results. This is just a... Where are my test results? Oh, I guess I can just go into my account. Here, let's see. Let me log in, yo. What is... Is it just me, or like, when a website is not easy to use in 2022, is it just me, or do you want to just light the entire world on fire? There's no... Let me log in! What are you doing? Why? You're a huge company. I'm in the support part of their website, and there's no way to get out of it without going into the URL bar. That's good. That's great web design. Way to go. Way to just... The most first world of problems. Come on, man. Really? I don't know what fucking password I used. Is that the one? That's the one. Here we go. Results are ready. View results. Oh! Come on, man. Tell me something good. Not tell me something good. Just tell me something. Tell me that there's like something that I'm super reactive. Your test showed reactivity above normal to 32 foods. Now we're fucking talking. Come on, tell me which foods make my butthole just all about that chocolate milk, son. Oh no. Eggs. No. No, I need to eat eggs. I love eggs. They're so easy to make. Just the egg white, though. Oh, you fucking... You piece of shit! How dare you be... Oh, you... Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you, stomach. Come on now. No! Cow's milk? No! Oh, and that's in the high reactivity. Oh, no. Oh. No. No. This doesn't mean that you're lactose intolerant. Just... no, I hate the way the imitation milks taste, too. Oh, this makes so much sense, though. Fuck. Oh, no. No, this isn't what I wanted you to tell me. This is exactly what I wanted you to tell me. All right, moderate reactivity. I guess I can show you guys this. Oh, fuck you. No. 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 No, stomach. No. Stop it. Oh, this makes so much sense. Oh my god, when I started to do protein powder, it was just like a fucking fountain. It was like an upside down fountain. Moderate reactivity, almond, barley. Oh, that makes sense too. I have a hard time with beer. What? Egg yolk! No! I can't eat any eggs! Come on! What am I gonna cook? I'm gonna die! Gluten, well, mozzarella, yeah, that's specific. Rye, wheat, oh yeah, beer is out. I've noticed it with beer. Beer just wrecks my stomach. Barley, rye, and wheat. Well, there's that. Yogurt? Come on, man. Apples? It's just mild. Bananas, I'm pretty sure I'm full on allergic to bananas. Bell pepper. Yo, this is like all the things that I eat all the time. Oh man, these are all mild. Oh man, chicken. What? Eggplant. This is just a list of my favorite fucking things to eat. What is this? This is. Here's okay. Normal reactivity. So here's what I'm allowed to eat. Oh, I like asparagus. Oh, avocado. Okay. Baker's yeast. I can eat bread, I guess. Basil. Oh, great. Bay leaf. Beef. Oh, it's beef time, baby. Black pepper, black tea, blueberry. I don't love blueberries. Black tea is okay. Broccoli. I like broccoli. All right. Brown rice. Good. Cantaloupe. I love me some cantaloupe. Oh, yeah. Carrots. Okay. Carrots are good. Cauliflower is good. Celery. Okay. Cheddar cheese. Oh, look at it. It's getting up there though. Chia seeds. I don't like chia seeds. Cinnamon. I like. Clam. Oh, I'm the clam man. I'm the clam man. Okay, there it is. My diet is now only clam.
諦めんなよ。諦めんなお前。どうしてそこでやめるんだそこで。もう少し頑張ってみろよ。ダメダメダメ目諦めたら周りのことを思うよ応援してる人たちのことを思ってみろってあともうちょっとのところなんだから俺だってこのマイナス10度のところしじみが取れるって頑張ってんだよ絶対やってみろ必ず目標達成できるだからこそネバーギブアップ
Oops, that's the wrong scene. Wow, I really am the clam man! Look at that! Yo! It's clams for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, friends. Normal reactivity, 9 points. Oh, yes. Get some protein up in there. Get my B12 game on. Some iron. Oh, cocoa. I can have chocolate. Okay, good. Codfish. All right, that sounds horrible. Oh, great. Of course, coffee. No, this... Oh, yeah, no. Coffee does... Wow, I'm really low on coffee. Coffee just makes me poop. I have a mug that says that. Cola, okay, I can drink... Oh, wait, no. Oh, yeah, cola. I didn't know it was from cola nut. Huh. Cottage cheese, oh, okay. That's horrifying. I can eat some corn. That's good. I'll have some crab. Oh, I'm a crab and clam man. Cucumber, like cucumber. Look at all these things I can eat. All right, I'll survive. Haddock, okay. That's gross. Why would they name a fish such an awful thing? Alright, so I'll survive. Damn, dude, it's almost like I specifically chose my diet with the things that jack me all up. This is incredible, yo. This is a lot of info. This is really cool. Look at all this shit I can't eat. I mean, I can eat it, but it's gonna fuck me up. Damn, okay, well, this is great. That's awesome. I love that. Damn, dude. If you're having stomach issues, do this. For real, do this. I'll let you guys know how it goes as I start to remove these things. And by start to, I mean, that's it. I'm just not going to eat eggs or drink moo cow fuck milk or eat almonds, drink beer, cashews. Oh, I love cashews. Fuck you. Maybe cashews will be the one thing that I don't cut out. Cutting out gluten is going to be all but impossible. Mozzarella, that's easy to cut out. Yogurt, I don't really eat yogurt. Yeah, so I will no longer, okay. Wow, okay. Wild. CMYK, thanks again for the support, my man. Brian Jarvis says, you see the RunCam thumb that is coming out. Thumb? That is coming out. Small $50 HD cam. Albert Kim just did a first look at it. No, I've not seen that. I'll check it out tonight. Flush FPV. Oh, wow. Oh. I must have had some eggs. Flush FPV with a $5 super chat. Thank you, brother. He says, go eat. Soon. Oh, YouTube's the thing again. S. Grace, thank you. Kevin Sumner says, I nicked the power lead on my 5-inch wire. Is exposed a little. In your opinion, replace power lead or repair with liquid electric tape or shrimp wrap or something else? Liquid electric, open the little cut up, liquid electric tape in there, close it, let it dry, and then shrimp wrap or just electric tape. Don't replace it. That's nonsense. That's going to happen over and over again. That's a super common thing. Yeah. Get the liquid electric tape up in that mother, let it dry, and then get a wrap over it. You'll be good to go. Ram Douglas says all your favorites. Yeah. Test result may change in a half a year or so. Yeah, it's true. It's true. They tell you that you want to do these tests every so often. 661 says eggs, no more bread, no more cookies, no more cake, no brownies. So yeah, like I'm not gonna eliminate all that stuff. Like I'll just eliminate just directly shoving eggs into my face, which is like what I pretty much do in my life. So yeah, this elimination diets are great and all, but realistically, just limiting your, first you limit, and then if that doesn't work, then you go full elimination. It's not that bad. Like I'm not like, like I don't have stomach issues every day. But like once a week, which is a little too much. So by just mindfully not making like a half a dozen eggs a day, eating a half a dozen straight up eggs a day, it'll make a huge difference, right? Like just removing that. So yeah, I'll be good. CMYK says oat milk latte with honey is legit what I prefer now. Man, I have tried every fucking oat milk. I when oat milk first came out, I was all about it because almond milk, growing almonds is really hard on the earth. They require lots of water. So almond milk is really bad for the planet. Soy milk is kind of weird with men. Like you don't want to be having that much soy, and I don't like the taste of it. Oat milk has been the closest, and it's almost good enough. But I just don't quite like oat milk in my cereal. Can't. I don't like the taste of it. But oat milk, like what CMYK is saying, in like lattes and stuff like that, it's fine. I don't like it as much, but it's. I'll get back on the. I was all over the oat milk when it first started popping up, and I tried every different brand. And I have found the two brands that I like the most. I can't think of their names, but I see them in the store. So yeah, I'll get back on that train, which is good because Maggie is also not a moo cow fuck milk person. She's on that oat milk train, so that'll be good. McConnell Studio says Everly well went through same here. 661 says I have a nephew and brother-in-law allergic to eggs. They can't eat a lot of things. I can't imagine that. This is not allergy. This is food sensitivities. Two totally different things, boys and girls. Figuring out what you're allergic to is a much harder process than Everly well, and it's also a little bit of a different process. CMYK says use some pea protein. PEA, not PEE. Jackalope says, damn, you can't even do almond milk. That's good. Almond milk is bad. No more almond milk, boys. It's bad for the planet. Like properly bad for the planet. Remy Tim says, do some research on how to interpret that list, because I've heard they dramatize your results to make it seem like an exact science, but it's not. Very true. It's definitely not an exact science. So Maggie had this test done. She did a ton of research, and she's been kind of telling me a little bit about it. Basically, like, when you see that like you're sensitive to like egg yolks, egg whites, it's just like, okay, you got to kind of like read into that a little bit. And then like, yeah, like I'm showing wheat, rye, and and barley grain, you know, and that's absolutely true, because when I drink beer, my stomach feels awful. So yeah, you gotta like read into it a little bit, but it's not like, oh, it says almonds, I'll never eat almonds again. It's, you know, you gotta be a little realistic with it. Mr. Huggy says, I wouldn't worry too much about it, about what you eat. You know yourself well enough without needing to be told. McConnell Studio says, clam FPV. Oh, Clam Man FPV. Clam FPV. Oh boy, here we go. Kevin Sumner says, all I have to say is sorry about your pooper. CMYK says, you got an affiliate link for that test? I wish. S. Grace says, this can change over time. Yep, very true. Dan636 says, just eat corn. Or at least corn wasn't on that list, because corn is in just about everything. Boys FPV says breast milk. Another bot. Let's get it out of here. And all right, we went. I said I wasn't going to go over, and then we went over. But I've been really looking forward to this really well. Adrian Glessner, very true. Says almond milk is better for the planet than having cows on Earth. Very, very, very true. They're extremely harmful to the environment. Yeah, so true. But at least I've been able to justify cow milk by the fact that I don't drink it all the time, and I really do like the taste of it. It's a terrible justification, but almond milk I don't like the taste for, and it's not great for the planet, so I was like, yeah, no almond milk. But yeah, oat milk is the way. Oat milk is what you want. And it tastes pretty similar to almond milk. All right, friends, I love you. This has been a wild ride as usual. I'll see you guys again tomorrow night. Ooh, I forgot about my voice. I might be a little whispery tomorrow night, but that's okay. We'll have an ASMR Monday Night Madness stream. 8 o'clock tomorrow night, Eastern Time. Joshua Bardwell's time slot. And then I'll try to do another 4 hours. There's a chance my voice won't hold out. We'll see. Love ya. Be good. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. CiottiFPV.com if you want to see these live streams continue. And that's all I got for you. Here comes some flying and some epidemic sounds. Hopefully. Share, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. Hey, grab this. Grab the link to this live stream and put it in a Facebook group if you don't mind. You pick which one. Local one, serious one. Let's find some cool new people that we can. I don't know. I'm tired. I might have to restart OBS. I have to restart OBS. Hold on, it'll pinwheel for a second. I'll be right back. All right, friends, be good. Here's some flying and some copyright-free music. I love every single one of you a little bit more than the one right before. Later. Love you guys. What's going on here? Here we go. Come on. There we go. Later. Oh, hold on. All right, later, guys. Be good. End. Same one I played at the beginning of the stream. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Let me pick a different day. Stadium, here we go. All right, for real this time. Later. Hey, there we go.